Good evening. Get our meeting started. Given the current shelter-in-place order covering the state of California and the social distance guidance issued by the federal, state, and local authorities, the city is implementing changes to participate in council meetings. The council chambers will be open to the public, but we will be limiting social distancing policies and will limit the number of people who may be in the council chambers. The meeting will be webcast and accessed at our website. Members of the public are encouraged to participate in the meetings by accessing the webcast at https://cityofclovis.com/government/city-council/city council agendas. I say that once, it's actually twice on here. Number two, providing written comments at the same website, participating by phone, or coming to the city council meeting in person. We are practicing social distance and can only accommodate a maximum of 16 people at one time. I'll call this meeting to order, but before we have our great council member and veteran start us with the flag salute in honor of the flag on its Flag Day, I'd like to offer up a moment of silence for a person who I've known most of my life, Judith Barkman. She was a part of the Planning Commission. Ben tells me she was a mentor of hers at the Planning Commission. She was the mother of one of my classmates in kindergarten and the wife of Vern, who has also been a great contributor to our city. So can we have a moment of silence for Judith? Thank you. So now, the flag salute will be led by Councilmember Messenger.
Today is the 246th anniversary of the United States Army. Please join me in saluting our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Ashbeck.
Here.
Councilmember Messenger.
Here.
Councilmember Moana-Tua.
Here.
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Mayor Flores.
And I'm here. Public comments. This is the opportunity for the members of the public to address the City Council on any matter within the City Council's jurisdiction that is not listed on the agenda. In order for everyone to be heard, please limit your comments to 5 minutes or less, or 10 minutes per topic. Anyone wishing to be placed on the agenda for a specific topic should contact the city manager's office and submit correspondence at least 10 days before the desired date of appearance. Is there anyone in the chamber wishing to address the council on anything not on the agenda? I see none. Anyone on the web?
No.
And we got no
None were
correspondence.
submitted.
Okay, moving on. Ordinances and resolutions. With respect to the approval of resolutions and ordinances, the reading of the title shall be deemed a motion to waive a reading of the complete resolution or ordinance, and unless there is a request by a council member that the resolution or ordinance be read in full, further reading of the resolution or ordinance shall be deemed waived by unanimous consent of the council. Move on to consent calendar. Items considered routine in nature are to be placed upon the consent calendar. They will all be considered and voted upon in one vote as one item unless a council member requests individual consideration. A council member's vote is in favor of the consent calendar is considered and recorded as separate affirmative vote in favor of each action listed. Motions in favor of adoption of the consent calendar are deemed to include a motion to waive the reading of any ordinance or resolution on the consent calendar. For adoption of the ordinance, only those that have received a unanimous vote upon introduction are considered consent items. Anyone on the council wishing to pull any of the one item we have on the consent calendar? Just the one item. No? Anyone in the public here in the chamber wishing to pull the item on our consent calendar? Anyone on the web?
No.
Okay, so entertain.
It's a really heavy lift, but I'm gonna make the motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Public hearings. A public hearing is an open consideration within a regular or a special meeting of the city council for which special notice has been given and may be required. When a public hearing is continued, noticing of the adjournment of the adjourned item is required as per Government Code 54955 .1. And our action item is consider approval of a resolution 2021-2022 City of Clovis Annual Budget 5-Year Capital Improvement Program and information regarding the Clovis Successor Agency. And the different departments, A, Financial Department, B, City Council, C, Police Department, Fire Department, Public Utilities Department, Planning and Development Services, Community Investment Program, G, General Services, H, Community and Economic Development, successor agencies, and every director of those departments will present to us. Starting with Luke?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I may, before the department heads come up, just want to remind council this item was introduced on May 17th. The budget is a $295 million budget with $247 million in operating costs and $48 million in capital expenditures. The expenditures are balanced with current year revenue plus remaining fund balance. The budget maintains adequate reserves for our emergencies. It generally restores the cuts that we made last year, and it does not include the ARP funds because those funds, we still only have the interim final guidance or the final interim guidance. I can't remember which one it is, but it's still somewhat nebulous. And that guidance was not available when we prepared this budget, so we did not include it in this budget. And we're still kind of waiting for everything to get finalized before we decide what we're doing with those funds. But each department will come up and kind of give you a highlight of what's going on budgetarily for their department for this year. And with that, I'll start it off with Jay from Finance.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. The Finance Department budget section starts on page 116 of the budget for reference. The finance budget size last year, our actuals were about $3.049 million. Our estimate to close this year with COVID is $3.2 million, and then next year is $3.46 million. That represents 21 FTEs, which we have been, are, and continue to be. Most of that growth that you see is in salaries and related benefits, including property liability insurance increases across the board. Some of the projects that we have going here over this next year is we've started to evaluate and potentially implement a new ERP system. What that means in layman's terms is basically our finance system and our utility billing system are both old legacy systems, and we are considering upgrading them or converting to new softwares. So depending on which way the city goes as far as cost and time, we're looking at potentially thousands of hours of testing and implementing, in which we will rely heavily on IT for some of that support as we upgrade or convert, depending on which way we go. In addition to that, we are in the middle of the long-term debt financing for Fire Station 2 potentially, sometime in the summer of next year, and then any public safety vehicles that we have. Right now we have slated, I believe, 31 public safety vehicles. Whether we can actually get them on site or not, that's another story. So with that, I'm here for any questions you may have.
Questions for Jay?
Thank you.
Wong has
I got a question, Jay. What is ERP again? It might be related to what I want to ask.
Enterprise Resource Planning, but really it is all things the City of Clovis finance. So it involves our accounting software, in this case, our utility billing software. So it's everything on the technology side that runs my department, from start to
Okay.
finish.
The billing that residents get, does it, I just want to see how soon or what our thought is in getting to where things can be just online instead of us still getting the paper. Not that we don't do it. Is that also kind of related to what you're saying? Where people now can actually just get things on the phone? I mean, I think we all do it so much now, but here in the city, I still get my paper bill and I still get everything on paper. And when can we transition from that?
Absolutely, and that is part of what we're looking at is the legacy system that we are on. We've kind of patched in the middle some parts that the utility customers can go view their bills or potentially pay online, but we haven't reached that full circle to where we can do it 100% electronically. So as part of this upgrade or conversion, either way, it will bring us into that next step to where we do have the technology to do that.
And also internally, does it also encompass sort of our pay stubs and getting W-2s? Is that also the same, or is that with personnel?
It also resides in the same system that
Okay.
we're talking about. Ideally, we would bring on a platform that would encompass all of that, what you talk about, but if we don't find one vendor that does all of that, then we would have two vendors that were specialized in that part of it, employee payroll, all things side, and then the utility customer side.
Okay, excellent. I guess my experience with payroll and personnel is, I guess my past couple employers, sometimes one group leads that decision more and then leaves out the other group and how functional it is. So just, let's do it where we really get HR and finance together, because payroll is sort of potentially also personnel and finance. And so it's a system that really incorporates both. That's all.
Correct. The biggest problem that we're having, in all honesty, is that we're on a system that has been converted over and over from the early 90s, and the current vendor that we have is somewhat non-responsive in the support.
Okay.
So we do have some issues with the vendors in which the two paths are either upgrade to their newer versions or convert out completely.
Well, it's good to see that it's here, so
Yep.
thank you for that.
Anyone else? Thank you. The council, city attorney, and city managers, John Holt and Jess Valdez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll cover the first four divisions up there, then I'll turn it over to Jesse to cover the information technology and communications. Starting off with the city council budget on page 70 of the budget in front of you, the only difference there is going to be about $40,000 that were added for travel and training, primarily because there was no travel and training this year by council for the most part. The city attorney's budget on page 80, basically no changes at all there from this year to next. City manager administration, the only difference there is going to be $75,000 added to the budget for what's termed neighborhood preservation, which is used for code enforcement. With the city clerk, not really any changes in the budget, but two pretty good-sized things that we're going to be dealing with over the next 12 to 18 months is going to be the change in the election cycle, which is going from a March odd to a November even, which will be effective in November of '22. And then the second thing is going to be having our office work with the city attorney and a demographer to analyze the need or demand for going to districts for city council. With that, I'll turn it over to Jesse for information technology and communications.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. The IT division will continue to support all departments and staff with their technological needs, along with the 1,000-plus servers, desktops, laptops, and other devices that we support. We'll be assisting the finance department with the ERP. John, can we move the slide up, please? And incidentally, the funding for that is $4 million is in our budget, in the IT budget. So that's why you might see a potential jump in our budget there. We'll also be assisting the police department in their storage system, the current storage for like CAD and dispatch and such. So it's It's, gotten to the point where we're on our last year or two of support for that thing, and so we just need to move forward and kind of get into a new platform to be able to continue to support their needs there. We're making a significant, jump in the number of, mobile data computers in the vehicles, the laptops that they use for police and fire. We're gonna be, doing more of those upgrades this year, hopefully moving forward. As well as the annual desktop replacements that we do. And we're also looking to build in some additional redundancy with some cloud-based disaster recovery and backup services. So in the cloud front, we'll continue to deploy the Office 365 program, and that's going to include things like Team and OneDrive and some other online cloud services to all city staff. We had tested it. Made, with your blessing, the investment this year, and we'll be continuing to deploy that this year. On the cybersecurity front, that's keeps us, as you can imagine, quite busy. We're going to be looking at doing a cybersecurity assessment here in the very near future. We're going to get an outside agency to test, see how far they can break into our system, basically, ethically, of course. I will continue to spam everyone with my cybersecurity awareness emails. And we also do our own phishing campaigns where we'll send out like fake emails to test city staff to see how, if anybody actually clicks on any of the links or does any of the things that we probably shouldn't be doing. And I'm really happy to report that of the 200 or so that we do per campaign, we're really down to like, well, we're at about 98.5% that nobody clicks on the link. So for 1.5%, I think it's really, really a testament to the group that they get it, not to click on stuff. So I really appreciate that. Incidentally, for the IT team, we do it a little bit differently. We started to do actual desktop exercises for the team. So as an example, last week I gave them a scenario where we tested the group that was available to us that particular day and said, okay, here's a ransomware scenario. You have, these computers and people calling in, and all of these programs are failing, and what are you going to do? And so we just went through that exercise and then debriefed it afterwards and such. So it was a really good thing, and it made our staff also aware. They're not. Hopefully, the next time it does happen, because it's not an if, it's a when, really, in the cybersecurity world. And we'll continue to maintain our firewalls and antiviruses and filters and all that other fun stuff. So with that concludes my report.
And if I could add before jumping into it, it's going to be that I'd be remiss if I didn't compliment Jesse and his team of 15. So there's a total of 16 members that maintain the entire system for the city. And as you guys know, coming to work right now, and if your computer's not up, you're not working. They've got 99% up. And Jesse failed to mention is going to be that tabletop exercise he had a few weeks back on a Friday afternoon with I call them the young kids. Actually played itself out like the following Wednesday when something happened before, and there was one young person in the office, and he used the exercise that he had done until Jesse got there at 8, and so it worked out really well.
Awesome. Good question.
Question?
Jesse, and I probably should have asked this to finance, so you're welcome. I forgot. I didn't think of it until right now. Jesse, could you say of the budget you're giving us tonight, the one thing in here that you think moves our city ahead relative to technology? Because lots of what we do is just sort of trying to hold it together and the daily work of the city, which is super important. But what would you say of what you just said is the one thing that'll get us farther down the road relative to technology?
Well, the ERP is definitely a very big investment and bringing us kind of to current day standards. Even on the security side, I think is really, really important. Not to say that the current system isn't, but as we open more things up to online billing and all those kinds of things, then we just need to take that next step as well. And I think that investment should help with that.
Okay. So Jay, he just answered your question for you. You should thank him later. Thanks. And I do have a question for John. The demographer, the cost of the demographer is where?
It's included in the city attorney's budget.
City attorney. Okay, thanks.
I had a question, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Jesse, thank you for, very thorough update on security. So that your budget line item, the $5 million, is including the ERP, that's why yours is up so high. That's the bulk of it is there, I'm assuming.
That is correct.
Okay. The assessment that'll be done by the third party, will they also be assessing all of our hardware, meaning all the computers, to see how outdated, how much we need to renew potentially as well? Or is it more just attacks from the outside?
It is actually pretty comprehensive. We do what's called an external penetration test, and that's where they just try to attack us from all different angles. But we also do give them access internally to basically run scans, and as somebody who was already inside the network, to test individual computers and the network equipment and other resources. So we are looking at testing servers and network devices as well as part of this. It's pretty comprehensive.
And you were saying that you guys did an exercise of where you were actually had to reboot from a backup, I'm assuming?
The tabletop exercise, it was just kind of a scenario that I gave the team to say, okay, what will you do if at this particular moment the ransomware hits one of the city computers and starts propagating, and what is kind of like your first action item? How do you stop this from continuing on to affect more people and those kinds of things? So it was more theoretical in that sense,
Okay.
But we did talk about having to recover from backups, and our strong recommendation to you and Luke to not ever pay ransoms because we don't think that that's appropriate and those kinds of things. So yeah, we talked about all of those different vectors, as they call them.
And I think since just this year, the attack on the East Coast with the pipeline, I think locally, I remember reading about Visalia Unified, and then I think it was Azusa PD was attacked. And so I just want to make sure that we are protected so that we are never in the headlines for any of those incidents here locally. And then if we are, that we are able to recover quickly, so that way if whatever Chief's doing with computers, we can just be back up and be able to protect the city. And so I just want to make sure you give us assurances that we are doing that.
I can't assure that it won't ever happen, because it really is a matter of if, not when. The best thing, assurance that I have is we're still nimble enough to patch things readily when they become known. So as an example, a zero-day attack is one that there is no cure for, right? There's no patch available yet, and hackers nowadays are less than 12 hours taking advantage of that zero-day attack. So you have to be kind of inside of that 12 hours if you're able to patch it, depending on who released the patch. We've always tried to take a kind of a balanced approach and to not affect city staff so much with security, but still be able to make it workable of a system. But at times, all of the patching and updating that we do, I know does have an adverse effect on some people's ability to get work done at times. We've had to be here overnight, updating the email server because of a high profile attack that was taking place, and we just do it.
And you have put in here potential infrastructure needs that you, kind of to follow up Councilmember Ashbeck's question, where you have the funding you need for us to purchase the equipment that we need in order to be sort of at the forefront. You're comfortable with that, or is there something in which there is greater purchase that we will need in order for us to be even more safe, or does that come after the assessment? I guess I'm trying to...
I think the assessment may help shed some light on that. There are other systems, and I had mentioned to John a few weeks ago about what's called a SIM. It's a Security Event and Information Management System, and it's basically a tool to kind of aggregate a lot of our other firewall information and other sources into one system, so that we have a better dashboard and overall picture of what's going on security-wise. I don't know if we're necessarily at the moment now that we would need something of that magnitude, but there will be a day, I would think, in some point in the future when that kind of investment may be necessary, yeah.
Okay. You know, it's so much more technical than what a layman like us who don't work in your industry understand. So I just want you to know that we, at least for me, want us to be the most protected, because we want to be up there, especially with the PDS systems. I don't know anything about our infrastructure with regards to, can they shut down our water, can they shut down sewer, can they shut down 911, fire, all that stuff. And if we can just, you know, be at the forefront, then I think we value safety so much that you're sort of the gatekeeper now in that arena of safety, so that way we can always maintain, you know, our citizens being safe, and us being able to communicate and engage and protect them. So
the biggest thing is keeping up with the updates of these systems. That's probably 80% of the battle. And then I would say another 15% on top of that is just the user awareness not to click on things. And I think, you know, we're trying our best to make that, to pass that awareness on. And, you know, the extra 2 to 5%, it could be just being in the wrong place at the wrong time, or being able to act quickly. And so that's my assurance, I guess.
Well, I appreciate the emails you keep sending us to educate us. At least I know I'm getting them, so thank you.
Enjoy doing them, thanks.
Any questions?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment if I could. Just appreciate the work that you're doing, and also your recommendation that if we should ever get attacked, that we will not be paying any ransom. That is what's going to stop these people from engaging in this bad behavior. So I think your recommendation, based on what I know of our council, we're going to be firm in that position. So keep up your good work, and we'll hold up our end of the bargain as well. Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. Now the Police Department, Chief Kurt Fleming.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. I can attest that they're doing a good job, because half the time I can't get logged in because the passwords seem to get longer and longer every day. So, the Police Department, we're excited about getting past 2020 and into 2021. This budget is definitely looking a lot better for us. So page 133 will start our budget, if you guys want to reference there. So restoring positions, we had 9 police officer positions frozen when COVID struck, and we had to change the, kind of redo our budget. So for this year, this budget will restore 5 of those police officer positions, bringing us to 105. 2 of our police dispatch positions, 1 crime specialist. And then we're adding 2 new positions, principal office assistant and a senior property tech. That senior property tech was kind of the result of an audit that Chief Vasco did on the way out of our property room that kind of pointed out that we needed a supervisor in that position, along with a total of 3 people in the property room. So this will finally bring us in compliance with that audit that was done a couple years ago. A couple other things that are included in this budget are 31 vehicles, which is huge for us. We typically get about 10 years out of our vehicles because they're all assigned to individual officers. And this is pretty much catches up from 2008. So this will catch us up, and then our goal moving forward is to try to replace about 15 a year to stay on track, so we don't have to do a big catch-up that we've done in the last couple of years. The hire incentive is a line item that we added. I came to council a couple months ago, or about a month ago, adding that hiring incentive, which has been good so far in getting a lot of people to apply here, so hopefully we'll reap the benefits of that in the future. Handgun replacement, just a one-time line item or an increase to that line item. So typically we get 10 years out of our handguns. We're right at that point where we're going to replace our handguns. We're looking to potentially go to a 9mm. The ballistics are showing that to be equal to a .40 caliber, if not a little bit better, and that also increased capacity in the magazines the officers are carrying on their belt. So we're looking at doing that this year. Technology upgrades and replacements. UAVs, we've found extreme success in our UAV program over the last 5 to 7 years, I think, that we've had them. We currently have 13 pilots and 21 drones. This line item that we're adding this year will help to kind of maintain them, add batteries, help us to replace the smaller ones on an annual basis instead of having to come over to the city manager's office every so often and beg for a few dollars more to purchase them. So we're adding that in there this go around. And then citywide camera infrastructure. This has been Drew's knows back when he was at the police department. Started long time ago with the help of Pelco, and we've grown our citywide camera infrastructure to over 500 cameras in the city. And honestly, without that help in us utilizing those cameras, we would not solve half the crimes that we're solving right now. We had a fatal accident that happened just over this weekend. Without these cameras, we had nothing to go on, and we wouldn't have, I doubt that we would have caught the person if it wasn't for the cameras. So they're huge. This increase in this line item is to help us, because they are aging in age. 200 of those 500 are still analog, and we need to upgrade those to digital. So this money will help us in slowly upgrading that and maintaining that camera infrastructure going forward. So the next slide here. So this, I just wanted to highlight, again, this is, everybody that's been here for a number of years knows that our goals are to be the safest city in the Central Valley. This year, I don't have the stats in from everybody, but I'd argue that we probably were again, but we don't know that for sure. We came out with a CCI of 628, which is the California Crime Index. Last year, we were at 606 in 2019. So we had a slight increase from that year prior. And then our priority one calls, our response times, we shoot for 5 minutes, and we were at actually just under 4 minutes. But I will point out that's not really accurate to comparison of how we did things 15 years ago. We used to average probably 200 to 250 priority one calls a month, and we probably average around 50 to 60. And the reason behind that is we've switched CAD systems, computer systems over the last 15, 20 years, and during those switches, we've reclassified calls. So something like a 911 hang-up used to be a priority one 20 years ago, and without anything else in the background, screaming or some other things to escalate the call to a priority one, we would prioritize that down a little bit lower than what we used to do. So we're trying to work on how do we better categorize to see if our response times are meeting what our citizens' expectations are. So we're still working on that right now. I also think that Live 911 is something we recently put into place about 6 months ago, has had a huge impact on our response times and responding to these high priority calls. 90% approval, that one I can guarantee is very accurate because we implemented a spider text system. It sends you a text message and asks for you to respond and survey. Before having that system, we were mailing them out and getting probably 5 back a month. With this new system, we're probably getting on average 250 to 300 responses a month, so that's a pretty accurate number. We want to continue to maximize our resources through the use of technology. I think Live 911 and body cams and just continue along that path to try to keep an effective, slimmed down, lean and mean police force as all as possible. And speaking of the staffing, is we're at 0.85 per thousand, 105 authorized. We're at about 98 right now. We have 3 coming out of the academy July 1st, so we'll be at 101. And hopefully, a couple months from there, we can be fully staffed is the goal. So this past year's budget, and then going into this year, we set aside some money to do a study that Jim Zulum did back in 2005, 2006. So the next slide will show you that study, if you guys remember that we're here. He had a plan on how do we respond to the growth in the city, and did a lot of work with a company, Edco Solutions, that came in. So I reached out to that same company. The guy's still in business and been doing a ton of studies across the nation. So he's currently working on an evaluation of our department, taking all the data over the last 5 years to see kind of where he thinks we should be staffing-wise as a department. And that's kind of done not necessarily on a per capita rating or per thousand. It's done on how much free time an officer has. And Northwestern did a study, and that they find that 30 minutes of free time per activity time is what you should shoot for your police department. So back then in 2006, we had 18 minutes of free time, and so they did some studies. I'm not going to go into all that, but back then, just as a comparison, it's hard to read for me from here, but back then, our population when the study was done was 86,000 in 2006. We're at 122 now. Back then, we had 101 officers with a per capita rating of 1.17. Now we have 105 authorized, and that's a per capita of 0.85. So I think we're falling behind with the growth of the city. This is the second fastest growing city of this size in the state of California, we're doing an amazing job. But as a police department, I think we need to take a good look in the mirror, and I think this study is going to help us do that. And I'm hoping to come back in November with the results of the study and do a kind of the state of the department presentation to council, just to say where we're at, and having an outside person come in and to say, here's how maybe you should optimize your beat layout, maybe here's how you could redeploy your resources with your shifts, and kind of give us a good look at maybe some changes we can make. So I'm open for any questions.
Questions for Chief Fleming? Drew? Chief, you're having 31 vehicles replaced. Are any of those electric vehicles?
Of these, no. Primarily, they're patrol vehicles and detective cars. We do have 2 all-electric vehicles that we use typically for our court liaison to run downtown Fresno, but we don't have any that are deployed in our fleet. I know the new Ford Lightning might be a good alternative for maybe some of our community service officers, and that's something we're going to look at. But I'd hate to jump in too early. Usually the first couple years models of cars are scary, so I think in a couple years that might be an option for us.
The Air Board is kicking in $20,000 per vehicle, and we helped the university pick up a couple of them. It might be something you look at maybe for next fiscal year. They're the Explorers and the hybrids, and they're apparently, well, for all things I've heard, they're excellent. So that would, 5 vehicles at $20,000 a piece. That's not chicken feed.
And those are hybrids, not all electric, correct?
They're hybrids.
Okay.
Wrong?
Chief, I saw that the response time was 4:59 during this last year, and that must be due to the probably surge in the amount of calls, I'm assuming, and so is that what it is? Well, that's much higher than the year before.
It's actually, if you're referring to the response time?
Yeah.
It's actually under 4 minutes. It's actually lower than, traditionally it is. And I think that some of that might be related to COVID. I think the live 911 response time. Okay. Chief Panansky will probably attest, sometimes we're responding to calls code 3 and they haven't quite been dispatched. And he's like, what is going on? Because our officers are actually listening to the call coming in live. And so it really gives us a jump start. I think that's had a big impact on our response time for those higher priority calls.
Are there new protocols that, due to COVID, that you will change how you serve the public? Or if it opens back up, will the interactions and the way our men and women interact, go back to normal?
I think with our, intake in our jail, we don't house, inmates or in custody, so we temporarily bring them through, photograph them. We'll just definitely be cleaning a lot more. We'll be more cautious, when we are transporting people in our cars to probably mask up sometimes depending on if somebody's exhibiting symptoms, which is something we wouldn't even have thought about in the past. So there are precautions that we will take moving forward. But I can tell you, most officers and professional staff are ready to move on from COVID and just get back to doing business as normal.
And I've always understood that the ratio should be 1 per 1,000. Is that just my misunderstanding of what the ideal should be? Because we used to be more than 1. And so, can you tell me that, or is this study that we're going to do going to give us sort of the ideal ratio for our city?
So this study, their main goal is for proactivity time. So this gentleman took 5 years of CAD data, every call that we've ever responded to, and he maps them out and figures this all out. When they did it in 2006, to get to 30 minutes, it was right about 1.3 per thousand to have an equivalent. So back then, they were estimating 140 officers. You know, somebody down the street in Visalia, their crime rate's a little bit different than ours, but they're at 130,000 population with 161 officers. Do I think we need 161 officers? Not necessarily, but I think we definitely need more. There's things that our employees can't do right now related to quality of life issues, related to driving around looking at neighborhoods that aren't typical of what we expect in Clovis. And it's killing a lot of our employees because they can't take the time to deal with those or get people educated and getting people into compliance. And we're having to drive by those to go to calls. And over time, that's going to erode what our expectation is in our city and the quality of life that we believe in. So, I definitely think we need more staff to be able to address some of the issues that we're foreseeing coming down the future. And as the city expands and someday we're up to copper, we're definitely going to need more than 100 sworn officers. I know Chief Baskell started hiring more non-sworn or professional staff employees, CSOs, and that's helped a ton. But right now, back then we had 12 that were working patrol, and we're down to 8. So we're behind where we were 5 years ago, and we just need to get back and start moving forward. So I'm hoping this study just gives us a look into where we're going, and we just got to make some tough decisions, I think, as a group to, you know, what's the future of Clovis, public safety-wise and quality of life-wise that we expect, and how are we going to achieve that?
I guess I'll be very blunt and just say, I think we know the number of officers. Why aren't we asking for those? I think we know the number. You know, I thought we were at 108 before, and then, but we're only going to get up to this much, and so I think we should always push for sort of that, not the bare minimum, but at least something in which paints a clear picture of what is needed, so that way our citizens maintain that safety that they need. And so I'm always disturbed when I see it and I go, you know, if it's 1 per 1,000, it should be at 120, right, about 118. And so I know that it's a budgeting thing, but I'd rather see that we need to get to 118 and show that clearly, so that way everyone knows we're way behind and you're doing a whole lot more than what we're able to provide you. And because it's a budget thing, I know it needs to match and all, but I just want that to be very clear. The tough thing, not to cut you off, the tough thing is we're having these fatal accidents. Last year we had, I think, 7 fatalities, or 7 collisions with 8 fatalities, and this year we've already had 2. And we have as of July 1st, when we have our new shift rotation, we're gonna have 2 traffic officers, 2 people dedicated to this city that are doing traffic enforcement. Our patrol cops are also out doing traffic enforcement, but we're gonna have 2 employees, 2 officers that's all they're gonna do. And we had to, just in the last month, had to pull 5 people from special units to staff the streets on patrol because
of injuries, because of retirements. So we don't have an officer in Magic anymore. We don't have one of our officers in ACT. We don't have a detective that's working investigations. We don't have a supervisor in dispatch anymore. All these people have been redeployed to patrol because that's the priority, is to respond to calls. So we're going to keep doing everything we can to make sure when somebody calls that we're there in less than 5 minutes, and we're going to catch people when they commit crimes. I can guarantee you that, but I just hope that this can maybe shed some light on where we need to go in the future, because I think we're definitely not where we should be right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I agree with you there. You know, for the numbers, is the 105 supposed to be in the patrol number? Because I see 85, and then the revised estimate's 105 for 2021. And I'm trying to figure out where it gets to 105.
It's confusing. So patrol has so many that are dedicated to patrol investigations. Those are the detectives that are also sworn officers under investigations. So it just kind of, then we have some that are in administration, which would be...
communications, and so there's some overlap, I'm assuming.
Yeah, those all combined to be 105 for sworn officers.
Okay, all right. So I guess in your total budget, the personnel is 105, I'm assuming. That's where
Correct.
The total is. And then all these breakdowns will give the individual numbers, even though if I add them all up, it's more than 105, but they may have different...
Yeah, it's a little confusing, but it's 105 for sworn, and then we have obviously our professional staff employees, and then some part-timers that adds up to, I think we have about 168, 170 total employees, part-time, full-time.
Well, I want to lay it out here that I think we are serious about safety, and if 120 is where we want to get the safety, if the budget can't produce that gap, I think it's time to seriously think about how we fill that gap, and working together with you. Maybe it's this study that helps us, but I think it's a good time to keep looking at it and to paint a real picture of what is needed, so that way the public really sees. If you want to maintain the level of safety that you have, the level of service that you have, we got to work together as a community to say, this is what we need. If not, then, we have to lower the expectations that we have, or we give up you, so that way it sort of matches. So I see that this is the only time, meaning during budget, and potentially when you give your report, when we get to really talk about this issue. And so I just wanted to lay that out.
Okay. Ben?
Just a couple of comments. I do agree with you, and I will continue to say we haven't had that conversation, and we really do need to imagine the future of Clovis in 10 years and how we get there, because we're not going to get there by putting in the budget 120 and then taking 16 out because we can't afford it. So I do think that's the blunt conversation I think we need to have. Not, your point is well taken, but I think we have got to engage the community in describing that future state. And if that's what we're going to have, then we need to work toward that, because we're never going to get there by one more drone or 3 more dogs or any of those things. So I fully agree with you, and it just makes, for me, reinforces the need to have that conversation somehow as a community. But I also just wanted to say I can't let you go without celebrating the value that your mental health clinicians bring to the PD. So I just wanted to highlight that again. I think you've done a really good job of using those folks. Is there a cost to us? Are we paying the county, reimbursing the county?
It's all paid through the county.
Yeah. So I think that's a huge opportunity that I hope has brought some relief to your officers, or at least some relief to the officers and the folks that we're trying to care for in that moment, that maybe they don't need to go to jail because they need some different kind of intervention. So I just wanted to lift that up, because I think it's really important that our citizens know we have that resource as well to help folks. Good job, Chief.
Yeah, thanks. Chief, I wanted to talk a little bit about the UAVs. You talked briefly about it here in your presentation, and it's my understanding that the other day we had kind of a training for some other agencies, or at least a showcase for some other agencies. We had a program that was in place that when a 911 call was coming out, we would actually have a piloted within a mile and a half as the crow flies, UAV that would be, sent out. Is that program still in existence?
So that's the DFR program. It's the Drone First Responder. It is still, it's not currently running, because of staffing. We are still working with the FAA. We currently have a, application going through to expand that to a 3-mile radius. And that would cover from one location that we're currently deploying from the entire city with one UAV. So we're still working towards that. We had challenges with, because we're unique, because we're not a coastal city. There's 3 total agencies in the nation doing this, and 2 of them are coastal, and we're here in the Central Valley, so we're having to deal with heat and deal with the cold weather, and those are challenges other departments aren't having to face. So we've come up with solutions for those, but ultimately it comes down to right now is staffing. But we're still moving forward in the background with the FAA, trying to get the 3-mile radius in hopes of, do we contract out with they do have third parties that will come in and it's man the drone, but we still fly, our officers still fly that, or using light duty personnel to fly the drone. So we're looking at options to continue the program, but we're definitely still moving forward with it, but we're just not using it currently because of staffing.
How many did you say of our patrol officers are pilots?
So we have 13 pilots. They're Part 107 trained pilots. We operate under a FAA COA, which is our certificate of authorization. Knew I was going to mess that up. So that allows us to fly in certain zones, and we're close to the airport, so sometimes we have to call them and get permission. We're going to fly pre-planned missions, so we have 13 pilots that have UAVs in their vehicle that they can deploy at any time on a call, and we have 21 total UAVs. So some of those being the larger ones that can fly, quite a ways out.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
More questions? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Fire Department, Chief Banansky.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Probably the biggest item is really that occurred last October for the fire department. We accepted the SAFER award. We hired 10 personnel with that award that started May 1st. On 2 days from now, our 6-engine company will go into service, which then will be moved to Station 6. And if you've been driven by it, it's been wood frame now up, and it's moving its way to hopefully a January of 22 opening. As long as we can find supplies and materials under the current situations, we'll hopefully get that together. But that is reimbursable for 3 years, so at about a cost of about $1.4 million is what you see in our budget for this year. But those improvements were actually in last year's budget through the October acceptance of the bid and the budget transfer. So we get reimbursed for those years, and then we go forward. The first big item we have here is we know we have the issue with Station 2, so we have a 3,000 square foot building that we're going to build at to house the Station 2 crew at the training center. And then the cost of building something out there compared to getting some portables, trenching in sewer water and all the pieces to it, was the nominal cost above that than what it would cost to put all that infrastructure in, haul off the temporary housing, take away all that temporary stuff. So we thought this was a better investment to actually get some return on the $1 million or so that would cost. We did hire a construction manager, so we're actually looking at options of, due to the site, it's really a big rectangle of the building that we're doing, is actually having it built off-site so we don't have to pay prevailing wage, and having it trucked in sections and then put together. So what we have to do then is have the foundation put in and move that forward. So we're still hoping that brings us within the $1.6 million budget, but the current price of building materials and stuff at the meeting I was at earlier today, they were already saying that April to May was 8% inflation so on those materials. So we're hoping that holds true. That should be built and constructed by summer of 22, and that's in the current fiscal year budget. Here is your first look at the design concept of Station 2. So we are in the design phase. That is basically changing the front facade look, and the goal is to keep the interior the same layout, the reduced costs and change orders and things that we learned from the building of Station 6. It fits on the existing site. It brings kind of the front porch house look to it. So, figured we could take a few seconds of comments here, even though we're on the budget, but at least to provide us some feedback before we start moving forward with the final design of Station 2. But Station 2 will be designed. We'll go out to bid in the beginning of 21, and we will hopefully start in August or September of 22, and we will go from there. So 23 should be the completion date. So from there, we're going to replace a fire engine. We're still trying to catch up from the 2008, where for a 7-year period, we only purchased 2 units from 2005 to 2012. We only replaced 2 fire engines, so we're still trying to catch up from where we were even behind before the recession. We have our SCBAs, which are the self-contained breathing apparatus packs that we wear into the houses. The bottles are only good for 15 years, and the mechanism, according to National Fire Protection Association, is only good for 15 years. So we have to replace those in 23. And we have the one frozen that we weren't sure what was going to happen to construction when COVID struck. We had a retirement, so we chose to keep that position as a cost-saving measure as the fire inspector, and that position is in the budget to be fully funded. Quick overview of the fire department.
Questions, Chief?
I have a question.
Lynn?
Chief and maybe Luke, and I should know this answer, but the SAFER grant is 3 years. At the end of that 3 years, then we budget for those employees as regular city employees. Do we do any sort of like set aside a little money every year so we have a little reserve just to kind of support that for if we need kind of extra cushion? Because you wouldn't want to get to the end of 3 years and then not be able to fund those positions. So, or is that just a reserve item that you might?
So, that is incorporated into our 5-year forecast. All of our current year budget decisions are based on our 5-year forecast.
Right.
We don't ever want to get trapped into making a short-term decision that we can't pay for later, and that is incorporated into our 5-year forecast.
So we've accounted for that?
Yes, we have.
Yeah, okay, thank you, good job.
Our training facility, does that ever bring in revenue? Or is it more just everyone cooperates and they can use it because, you know, kind of a brotherhood thing with other?
It's a little bit of everything. So we have a contract that's for 10 years. I believe we've got 4 years remaining on it with PG&E. I was actually surprised in their bankruptcy that they didn't break that contract, but they put about $750,000 worth of equipment out there. But so far, it's actually been a good return on investment for the taxpayer here because of all the changes and where they've been. We've probably only seen them a few times in the last year, and they've still been paying us our $4,000 a month in rent. So that's actually worked out quite well for us. We have a cooperating relationship with the school district. In exchange for that, we went into a partnership, wrote a grant, and got some continuing education or CTEC money for to build their 3-story training prop that was out there. They funded about $60,000 of it, or $65,000 of it, and we put in about $45,000 of it. So that was kind of that cooperative partnership there on that return. And then normally for the training classes we have, what we really save is the overtime for when their individual is gone at that training, or the amount of time that the person's gone travel, hotel bills and stuff. So if I can bring an instructor in, put that training on, basically have a few people from outside departments come and pay a tuition fee for that, it saves us. We pretty much break even on the class cost, but then we save any backfill overtime or those types of things for the travel. So that's where we get the return on that one.
Okay.
But our agreement with Fresno and Fresno County is that it's joint use for joint training to service all 3 of us, since we run the same boundary drop that you could get a Fresno unit in the city of Clovis. This is the closest unit. You could get a Fresno County fire engine there by Dry Creek in the north end, which would be the closest unit. So we basically make sure those surrounding engines and us train so it's seamless no matter who comes in. We all kind of follow the same operating policies on fires. We follow the same firefighter survival and things along those lines, so it's a very seamless. The citizens would have no idea, nor do I believe they really care what the patch is on the door. They just want someone when they call 911 to show up in a timely manner and solve their problem.
With the forest fires, was it a larger than normal year last year for our firemen who who went out, or pretty?
Last
just
year was a
regular?
record year.
Okay.
And I never thought we would break 2018, to be honest, which I thought was a record year, and I didn't think we'd break 2018, but we sailed past 2018. Now, the good side to that is there is no cost to our local taxpayers. So we get all that money reimbursed, plus we get a fee for the vehicle that we put in to try to use to replace our command staff, or like the pickup truck vehicles that we drive, and those are all reimbursed 100% from the state or federal agencies. And even when we go up into the foothills, like just the other day, as we went up to Trimmer by Pine Flat, that's a assistance by hire agreement with CAL FIRE, Fresno County Fire, because it's out of our auto aid area. But based on where we are today, I'm willing to guess that we'll probably make 2020 look bad, and we'll continue on, unfortunately. I mean, it's, we were out early, and I mean, we've already been out early a lot, so it's, normally we kind of really peak like August, September, October, actually, and I believe we went out in April, so much earlier than normal.
Thank you, Chief.
Drew? I don't know if this is a Chief, Luke, or Jay question. The logistics facility on Fowler and Bullard, do we have a long-term idea of what we're going to do with that? I mean, obviously, I've been told that to bring it up to ADA standards, it is cost prohibitive. Have we considered scraping it and selling the land? And
well, first part, if I can answer it, is the plan that we currently have, at least from the fire department's use of the existing property, is that we need to get all the way through Station 2, then built. We'll move the crew from the training rooms that we'll be using as the temporary housing. They will move back to Station 2. The classroom or the roll-up door that's at the current building that used to be the old fleet shop, we will then convert to logistics, and we'll take the stuff that's in the logistics center, move it out to the training center, and then we'll host our training classes in the 2 new classrooms that'll be part of the training center. So we don't anticipate not having a use for it till probably realistically the end of 23.
right now, it's just basically a storage unit for us. Pretty much.
Yes, there's only one working bathroom in there.
Right.
Yes, it's a straight storage. And we had money to retro or clean the inside or change the inside of it, and we actually put it towards the, that capital improvement project. We moved over to put it towards the new building at the training center.
Okay. I'm just wondering, I'm just hoping that we can maybe make some money off that while the cost of land is really high.
Any more questions for the chief?
Thank you.
No. Thank you, Chief. Now, Public Utilities Department, Scott Redow.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So, for the Public Utilities Department, start out with our budget this year. You find it on page 173. As you can see, we pretty much respond to how the city is growing, and the city is growing. Every department is growing, and so our budget grows. In the 21-22 budget, we also have a large line item in there for the ERP system, because that a lot of that deals with our utility billing, and we're very excited to see that coming, and can't wait to implement some of these newer technologies in helping out our customers. Some highlights for our department: we have these streets, and our goal is really to have a pavement condition index of about 80. That's a very lofty goal. That means your streets are fairly new and in great condition. We're at about 74 now. We implement a lot of preventative maintenance techniques that allow us to keep the roads in pretty good looking condition. We use the rubberized cape seal, slurry seals, and because we're doing a preventative, we're ahead of the situation on keeping our PCI up. And we do understand there are some very bad pavement conditions out there that need to be addressed, and we work with engineering and get our grant funding to do those projects, and use our other fundings to do as much preventive maintenance as we can. Street lighting, we keep growing. We have 88 signals that we maintain, and we have 1,500 or so streetlights that we maintain and we own. We are looking at potentially, in somewhere sort, taking over all the streetlights in the whole city. There's some benefits to doing that. The cost of power will be a lot cheaper, but there is a lot of maintenance what goes with that, plus the fact that PG&E hasn't really allowed that to happen yet. So we're working through processes. We have somebody that is very interested in helping us and looking at just new ideas on how we can save money for the general fund and just take care of our own problems. In parks, the Loma Vista Village Green is coming, and we keep saying that every year, but it is, and we think in 2022 it will be here. We're excited about that one. That's going to be just a beautiful park. The northwest area, Heritage Grove, is finally really kicking off and growing, and if you've been out there, it looks completely different north of Shepherd, and so we are starting to spend some maintenance out there, and I expect in the next 5 to 10 years it will be a bustling center, and we are going to be really busy maintaining that. Fleet. Now this one I put to look at the implementation of state mandated electric vehicles, and I know there's a 2035 date out there. We could probably get there with some of our fleet. The reality is it really going to be there right in 2035 for refuse trucks? We're working with transit on buses. We have 2 electric buses right now. We've placed a charging station at our facility. Just to see how these things are going. The technology is great, but it's still fairly new, and it's really difficult to implement those on these heavy horsepower, heavyweight vehicles for, picking up loads of trash or whatnot. So we'll see how that goes, but we are staying up on top of that. Community sanitation. Okay, Prop 218 election for the street cleaning charges. We had kind of broached the subject with council about a year or 2 ago. Same thing with the LMD election potentially in Zone 1. And then last spring, when we were intending to do something, the pandemic hit. So we tabled all those. And so what we hope is this fall is to address the street cleaning charges. They haven't been increased for over 20 years, or at least 20 years. It's really economical for the customer, but right now we're covering the deficit with just our general refuse charges. And what we would propose to do in fall is we will not increase refuse charges as much, to increase the street fee charges to get them where they're appropriately paying for the service we provide. And so that would allow us not to increase our regular refuse rates. And so that's kind of what we're looking at trying to implement there. And we'll be bringing that to you hopefully in a couple months. Wastewater. The big thing there is we're running our plant full, 2.7 million gallons a day. And we're probably utilizing about 70% of our reclaimed water now, if I had to guess there. So we're doing a pretty good job, and we keep hooking up new parts to the system so that we keep expanding that. At a certain point, we're going to reach 100%, and hopefully that coincides with the expansion of the plant so that we'll be able to provide more reclaimed water for the areas that we grow into. The big thing out in public utilities right now, probably forever, is water. The future, the strategies for dealing with SGMA, how we're going to implement additional water supply at the city of Clovis, and what we provide in strategic thinking and how we're going to get there, consume a lot of our staff. We know that or we expect that in the next 3 to 5 years to begin, probably in the next 3 years, begin the feasibility studies, and probably even further than that, to look at expanding or building the new water plant in the northeast area. And right now, we're hedging towards, it looks like the better bet is to build the new water plant so that we can keep our pressures up in the system as we continue to grow north and as we're looking at even expanding the sphere of influence north. So we've got some big projects we're looking at on how to deal with that. And this, in general, we have just tons of challenges out there dealing with safety, planning, projects, and it's last but not least, the regulations are growing and growing and growing, and they are just, they're a lot to handle, and they take a lot of our time. So this is a little small, and I apologize, but I always try to get this in. It kind of shows you what your sample 2-month bill is going to look like. And so basically, our sewer rates are structurally stable right now. That means we don't need to raise those, and we can rebate the whole bond charge, just like we've been doing currently. So that would be status quo on that. The residential recycling is we're recommending a 4% increase. Street sweeping, no charge, but we would like to come back with the Prop 218 in the fall. The refuse residential, a 3% increase. That's the larger fee in refuse. And green waste, 4%. And water is pretty much 3% for as long as we can see out through our 5-year projections, because we have so much to do, so many projects to implement, so much to deal with Sigma. In doing that, we also looking at adding positions, go through the utility worker, of course, at staff level, electrician at staff level, and then we have some engineers that are an engineer we need to deal with. And then we have a couple of additional new positions. They're the landfill and wastewater system supervisors, and each one of those fits in a niche out there to deal with some of the current and impending issues we need to deal with. The big one is on the water system supervisor. We need another T5, and a T5 is a very special certification and very difficult to get, but our water plant requires a T5. And currently, our manager, Leon Penny, does have that T5. But as we expand or look at building a new water plant, and just the fact that it's better to have another T5 on staff, plus just the workload itself, that we thought that this would be a really good way to go to cover that. Our landfill is operating under huge regulations. You got to get up there. It's a lot more going on than it used to, and it's not as simple as it was. So we would really like to dedicate somebody up there and to free some of our solid waste managers' time so that they can focus on more of the regulatory issues and ordinance issues that we need to deal with. And then we are, over the last 5-10 years, we're always adding staff. We're growing and growing and growing. And I think what we really needed to think about is, okay, so how do we manage those staff? And so looking to add potentially another assistant public utilities director so that our other assistant directors can focus on the water, the refuse, the streets, the sewer. And we're probably looking at, pulling parks out so that there's more focus on parks. And each one of these divisions is going to keep growing. And so not only what we need now is to try to get something for the future so that we grow right into it, we don't miss a beat. And ready for any questions?
Questions for Scott?
Just a small question. So, good job, thank you for that. Are you in charge of street signs? I noticed one of the objectives is to manage our street sign inventory. How does that work exactly?
So we have a program called Cartograph, and
Cartograph?
Cartograph.
Okay.
And what it is a GIS-based software system where every street sign is inputted in it. So it's a computerized digital view of the city, and it maintains how long that street sign's been there, the age, so that we can see what needs to be ultimately replaced on a maintenance schedule, and that's beyond all the CRMs or the customer concerns that we get, that we have to address. But the cartograph system, it also does our streets. So both of those are in the system that tell us on a maintenance schedule how often, what we need to do, when we need to do it.
Okay, I'll put in a CRM for my street and my street sign, but that's a different problem. I have a question about, do you imagine that if the next 25 years of growth of the city are gated communities or private street communities, the impact that will have on the street sweeping? Because we don't sweep private streets, is that right?
We don't sweep inside the gated communities.
So if we see more gated communities, do you imagine that will have an impact on street sweeping fees?
So, no, not necessarily. I mean, our fees are based off of, you know, a kind of a citywide kind of look. Everybody participates.
Right, okay.
In those specific developments with gated communities, the HOA rents their own street sweeper. They're not as good as us, but they get their own.
Understand.
So, but it's kind of like some of the other services we provide. It's a citywide service, and you have to pay into it no matter what, because once you get out, you're using our streets.
Right.
And it's kind of a fair share system.
It's the single biggest question from folks that live in those gated communities, however, because it's like, I don't need to pay for the street because I can't use it, but as I point out, they drive on Shaw Avenue, so like,
it's the same as the LMD.
Exactly. And my final question is, do you ever imagine that you would have a full-time position that manages regulatory compliance? Or maybe you already have it, I'm not sure, but hospitals certainly went to that, I don't know, 50 years ago probably, or I don't know, but a long time ago. Do you see the city ever moving to having a full-time person devoted just to compliance?
Yes.
Do we have that now, or were you?
We are wearing a lot of hats over there, sharing a lot of responsibilities, but that's something that Luke and I have talked about. And so what we're doing is we're setting up not only what we need now, but the kind of the need for the next horizon. And that is absolutely a necessary thing, is environmental compliance, CEQA compliance, all those things. Yeah. And we work with engineering too that does the actual CEQAs. Yeah. But the actual compliance and regulatory side, absolutely.
I can imagine that would be useful. Thanks. Good job.
Want me to still have a question?
Yeah. The street signs, are some of them not like brown? I've noticed some of them, they're more reddish than it is a brown color. So
you'll have to, there are, the private developments will have like an emblem on it, but our street, they should be brown.
A regular, okay.
So I would have to, can you point those out?
I think the Wilson one's by Sunrise Church. Is that kind of like a reddish brown?
Yeah, they use the same hue.
Okay.
Haven't been baked yet.
So let me I will take a look at that. They use the same hue in all our signs. They're the same. So if they're looking a little bit more reddish, that interesting.
I just noticed that. Yeah. Okay, for the, I guess the contractors who have been taking care of the different districts, have the complaints decreased? Because in driving around, I've seen that it's improved since I've been on the council, and I remember speaking with you that some of them weren't doing as well as others, and it could just be across the street because it's a different district.
And you're talking about the landscape?
Landscape, yes. Mm-hmm.
So we went out with a new RFP just recently. So last fall, we had a couple of our main contractors actually switch areas. We had ACLS, who's now Brightview, they're in Loma Vista. And then we had Elite go into Zone 1, Zone 2. And they're doing okay. I would never say that, we could never say they're doing good, because if they think they're doing good, then they won't do as good. But it requires a lot of attention from our staff. And so I would say it's a combination of our staff on top of the contractors and watching them. And then right now, we did have a switch on the two big areas, and they are really trying their darndest to get ahead of it and to do a good job.
All right. We'll also keep an eye on that. For the water mains that break, are those costs out of our funds, or are they insured, so that way it's an insurance cost, or are they under warranty still?
So those costs come from the enterprise funds. It's from what the users, it's in our fund balance in water enterprise. And so, it's a combination. There's also street funding so when it's being replaced, the streets crew would be out there working. We also look to some potential monies that we have in funding mechanisms from PDS. And so it's a combination. But for the street, the water enterprise gives the street fund impact fees, so it deals with the top surface. When there's a break, the water team, our enterprise team, will go out there, dig up the break, find out, where it is, replace it, then they'll bring that road up to the pavement level, and then the streets take over and do the pavement.
Okay. And in the Northwest, since it's developing, is the new park there, are those under purple pipes?
The linear park is supposed to be under recycled water. Once we get it there's no reclaimed water at there yet.
Okay. And then for street cleaning, is the reputation pretty good from the city with regards to our street sweeping?
Yes, we do a double pass, and we never, very rarely receive CRMs or any concerns on our street sweeping. We do a really good job.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Bob?
Thanks. Vong touched upon it, but I'm thinking this may be the question that you were prepared to answer this evening. And I don't know who the Public Works Director was before you, but we are getting a whole bunch of main breaks in the city of Clovis. And if there is some way that we can figure out what is going on around here, I would really like us to do that. And I don't know if there's some testing that can be done, or testing that has already been done, to show where our weaknesses are and why this is happening. So without pointing any fingers at prior people who were directors at Public Works, maybe you can tell us and maybe the citizens what the heck is going on around here.
I appreciate that, Councilmember Whalen. So what we have going on right now is we know there's a couple areas in the city that have either suspect soil conditions, suspect potentially defective pipe, or less than standard or wanted pipe. There's so many things that could go on as to why there is a water main break. It's just not that simple. For the city, and we just looked this up, our percentage of water main breaks is extremely low compared to the norm when you look at a nationwide thing. And I know that
I'm going to interrupt you there just because that was presented to us before. Yeah. But isn't our city one of the newer communities that's being built out as well? So wouldn't it stand to reason that we would have fewer breaks because we are a fast-growing community and have newer public utilities?
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
All right.
So we do have fewer breaks, but the sections that are breaking are 20, 25 years old, and have been there quite a while. So out on Shepherd Avenue, where we've had our third break in 6 months or something, it has been basically the section connected to each other. We fix one, 30 feet down, it breaks. And so as we look at that, there's a combination of things. It could have been how it was placed on hard pan, placed on so that there's no yielding. That's why we like sand bases around it, so that it can move as the weight. And over time, there's going to be consolidation above it no matter what. So what we found is deformations in the pipe material. In the cases of two of the previous breaks, we found a PG&E pipe 6 inches on top of the water pipe. Did that cause the break? Not sure, but you could see the deflection in the water pipe from it. And it could be that the bells were sitting on, the bells are each end of the 20-foot section were sitting on hardpan, and so much pressure is being pushed on it that eventually what it does is it collapses underneath, it cracks longitudinally underneath, and that's where the blowouts occur. So we are employing methods. As of a couple of weeks ago, we were getting a consultant aboard to look at potentially studying the Shepherd line to see if we can figure out what exactly is going on, and a proposal potentially to replace the line, because it's getting a little bit ridiculous to go out there every few months. Though our crews are pretty quick at putting it back together, it's still, there's a cost involved with that. We also have Sierra as another place where we seem to get breaks, and that's in the older areas. And again, some of the same kind of things that we see, that just potentially the construction, the installation of it was just probably not as good as it should have been.
Who was responsible for that installation? Was that contracted out?
Yes.
Okay.
All of these are contractor installed.
Mm-hmm. At some point, will you tell us, well, let me just ask this question. Sierra line and the Shepherd line, was it the same contractor?
Not sure. I know who the Shepherd line is.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
But we can come back with that information once we do a full study on it and provide, because we do want to do something about the longevity of that pipe and not having to be replacing it.
True. Just bringing back up the quality of our street sweeping. About 2-3 years ago, I watched a street sweeper going southbound on Armstrong from Nees, and as the road widens, there's probably a 15-foot strip where it goes from 1 lane to 2 lanes. And I watched our street sweeper stop, back up, and take care of that area behind him. If we were paying somebody by the hour, they would have just made the quick sweep and kept going. So the advantage we have is that we have people who take care of our parks with pride and take care of our roads too. And so that's a great thing.
Thank you.
You know what else they do? They wave.
Yes.
Maybe they're only waving at council members, but I don't think so. I think that they,
No.
that from within that cab, that they can wave to people who are just looking at them. I mean, that boosts the morale of the community just by knowing that they
If you hunt them down, you can probably get a little toy from them too.
Any more questions? Thank you, Scott. Next will be the department head, Planning and Development Services Committee Investment Program, Renee Mathis.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Tonight, I will be presenting Planning and Development Services Operations and Maintenance Budget, as well as the Community Investment Program budget. So a quick overview. Planning and Development Services, the operational structure includes 3 divisions. We've got planning, building, and engineering. Engineering is further divided into 4 main sections: admin, capital improvement, construction management, and development review. At present, we have approximately 60 employees. The department is primarily enterprise funded, meaning we charge fees for the services we provide. We do receive about $300,000 in general fund support, and those funds are provided to the department for all the services that we don't collect a fee for. In general, those services include traffic-related requests. It could be traffic studies, it could be customer service requests, it could be traffic signal timing. In 1920, our actual budget was just under $10.6 million in expenditures. This year, in 2021, we estimate closing out our expenditures just under $12 million, and next year we're proposing to spend $14.4 million. The major budget changes between this year and next year is an increase of about $2.4 million. The major contributing factors to that increase, I've just picked the main bullet points. It's 6 additional full-time employees, and while that number looks really big, what we have done is we've taken 2 of our long-term extra help employees and converted them to 2 full-time employees. And then we've also eliminated 2 vacancies that at this point in time we don't feel need to be filled, so we pulled them out of the budget. So in reality, when you look at the number of actual new bodies coming into the department, it's 2. We also have some very large professional and consulting service projects that we'll be working on this next year. Some of them are carryovers from this year, and those projects include continuing to work on the 6-cycle arena and our housing element. We will also continue to work on VMT. We brought back to council not too long ago an update to our general plan and EIR to address circulation and VMT. We'll continue to work on that study next year. And then we'll also be this next year launching our next general plan update. That's a multi-year project, millions of dollars. And then as needed, we'll also be conducting engineering utility studies. We're also hoping with COVID and the restrictions being lifted, our staff will begin to be able to travel again and attend professional conferences next year. We also have some maintenance in our office we're looking to do next year, and then we've heard about ERP in a couple presentations. We'll be participating in the cost, our proportionate share of that software upgrade. So this chart really lays out the historical building permit activity for the city. It identifies the single-family and the multifamily permits that were issued in a given fiscal year. So as of May 31st, through the end of that month, we have issued for 2021 just over 1,160 permits, a combination of the single-family and the multifamily. For the month of June, and as recent as last Friday, we've issued 25 additional permits, and we've got, at present, 15 in the queue. So we anticipate ending this fiscal year at or above 1,200 permits. Our forecast was 1,100, so we're right on target, and we'll probably exceed it there just a little bit. For 21-22, our forecast projects us back down at our historical average for permit issuance, and that's approximately 800 permits, a combination of both single-family and multifamily. So as I indicated, I'm also going to cover the Community Investment Program budget. Our engineering division is really the section that's devoted to preparing and implementing this budget for all the departments in the city. As you can tell, it's a large portion of the overall city's budget that you're going to be considering tonight for adoption. This budget really is set to sustain our continued community development. It outlines all of our infrastructure needs in the city to facilitate that development. For 21-22, our proposed program expenditure is approximately $47.5 million. And that money will go over 70 different types of activities. Those activities include plan preparation, it includes design, it includes acquisition and construction for all of the accounts listed there on the left, from government facilities to sewer, parks, streets, water, refuse, and community development. The revenue sources to support that expenditure are summarized below, and they include enterprise funding for sewer and water improvements, grants and contributions, which include our federal transportation grants, our Measure C money, our gas tax, our SB1 excise funds. It also includes development fees. We also have fund balance, and fund balance is basically our prior year gas tax funds that were not spent but are accounted for. And it also includes our long-term financing. The long-term financing that's identified here is really for Fire Station 6. So while all of the projects in our budget are noteworthy, I've listed just a few here to call out that you'll see transition from this year into next, and some of them will be new projects for next year. So in 21-22, we will have the Loma Vista Village Green designed. I know Scott thinks it might be constructed in 2022, but we're going to start construction. Right now, we've entered into a contract, and the contract is well underway. We expect by spring of 22, we'll have that design complete, and we'll be ready to go out to bid, and then we'll have about a year-long's worth of construction. We also have some major street widening improvement projects that we will undertake this next year. One of them is Sunnyside Avenue from 3rd to 5th. That's a widening project that is really intended to address the bottleneck along that corridor. We've got Shaw Avenue, the first phase. It's a two-phase project. The first phase is Leonard to McCall. Right now, we are wrapping up and hoping we can quickly wrap up some of the necessary right-of-way. That project will then go out to bid. Following the completion of phase 1, phase 2 will be then from DeWolf to Leonard, and that will be in a future year. We also have Herndon Avenue from Temperance to DeWolf. In addition to our street projects, as Chief Banaski mentioned as part of his presentation, we continue to work on the Fire Station 2 improvements that are needed, both out at the training facility that is underway and is expected to be done in 2022, and then our actual scrape and rebuild of Fire Station 2. So I know you didn't have an opportunity to provide a lot of comments back, but we're both, the chief and I are pretty happy with the work that the Taylor Group has done so far on the initial concept of that station. We really tried to hold true to the Helm Ranch branding and stick with a modern farmhouse. I wanted a little Chip and Joanna Gaines look, so we're quite happy with that.
I'm sure the firefighters really appreciate that,
well,
Chip and Joanna.
Yeah, inside they're going to love it. Functionally, it's great. In addition to that, we're also this next fiscal year going to be launching into the acquisition of property needed in the Northwest area for our major water facilities to support future development. And that is our water reservoirs. So at this point, we're really in the initial stages of orientation. We know generally where those are going to go, and then next year we'll get into the acquisition. So a picture's worth 1,000 words. Thank goodness you've seen most of these pictures already. I'm not showing you something new. But to highlight some of the CIP projects, again, we've got Fire Station 6 that's transitioning from this year into next. It is under construction. We have our Owens Mountain Temperance Roundabout, as well as our Owens Mountain Extension heading to the east. That project, for all practical purposes, is done. It will be coming back to council for acceptance here, hopefully this summer. And then we also have Landmark Square that is under construction. There was a comment made about Station 6. If you haven't been out to the Loma Vista area, it is forming up quickly. This picture was taken a few weeks ago for Station 6, so it's moving along, and assuming we can hold on to all of our materials, and we are able, we'll be on schedule to complete it early 2022. So my last photo is one I think I am the most proudest of, and that is all of the staff in PDS. These staff members, from planning to building to engineering, are all dedicated to truly delivering the vision of Clovis. They work hard. They look out for what's best for the city. They try to be good partners with the community, but they really have our best interest in mind, and they support the city well. So with that concludes my presentation, and I am available for questions.
Questions, Renee? Wong?
Yes. Bob, you're not going first.
Wong's the interrogator. Wong's the interrogator tonight.
Is the line item that says state grants, that's where all the SB1 funds are?
Yeah, so the grants and, well, what page are you on in the budget before I say that?
128. I just don't know why it's so little. I mean, I see that, there was a 612, but 150,000, I mean, we're paying so much for gas, that 12 cents and whatever else, but I don't know how that operates. Is it we get an application, we apply for it, or is it just they allocate the funds based upon population
So
already?
SB1, we get an allocation, and then we report back. I think THAD takes an item to council. He lists out the projects that we're going to be using our SB1 funds on, and then we proceed forward.
Is it just not in the millions?
It is in the millions. So I'm looking at page 128.
Okay,
and
is it someplace, okay, I probably,
yeah. So this is, you're in our operations and maintenance budget. You might be referring to
Probably,
the community investment program budget.
okay.
And that's where those funds are earmarked for our street projects.
So it is in the millions then?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I just, because these are broken down to like building and all that, so I just
Yeah, this
don't
is
see
the
where actual
operations
funds-
side that you're looking at.
Okay, all right. Let me see. Thank you for, I had a couple other questions. You know, as we go into the general plan update and as RENA's coming, I think one way to look at how we plan for all the numbers is to actually start to be the applicant to increase the sphere. We do it, don't wait for a developer to do it, but we will get that money back and we plan it. I really think overlay is a terrible way to go about planning for all these numbers, but to accommodate for it. But if we plan for it and we kind of go, this is how we're going to accommodate these 10,000 new homes they're going to, make us build, at least we plan it and it's there, so that way there's no surprises of that empty lot can be single family and or, 60 units per that acre. And so I challenge us to go, okay, let's start setting aside money and let us be proactive and let's go work with the county as we talk about RENA as it's coming as well. And as we do our general plan and as we talk about it and say, this is the only way we're going to make it work. You have to allow us to be able to really plan and grow instead of making us crunch up and go up. But let's plan it out so that way the communities is something in which Clovis can be proud of as it welcomes all types of homes. And so I know that it's not written down in the 5-year outlook, but I think we need to start to look at it that way where we take the initiative and then we'll just collect the fees when whenever the applicants come in. And so that's just something I just wanted to plant a seed in that we might look at that because BMT is also there. And so, yeah, I know it's not for this one, but I think for the future.
Bob?
Thank you. You mentioned a couple of things that were really important to me, and I want to thank you for them and just kind of draw some attention to them. First was the recognition of the employees there. I mean, there have been some personalities within the planning and development department which have been a little bit overwhelming, almost iconic. With John and then with Dwight. And it's important for us to remember that, sure, there are people who are in charge like you, and Dwight and John before Dwight, but that it's really the people who are important. And I just want to thank you for drawing some attention to them. The other is that when you were talking about the new fire station 2, that you identified it as being consistent with our heritage in that area, the old Helm Ranch. And I really didn't think about that. When we were putting in that, or talking about putting in the new fire station 2, I was thinking, okay, well, how are we going to make it look like, the Dress for Less or whatever that's out there? And I'm so glad that you kind of took the position that, no, we're going to stick to our roots and we're going to go with that Helm Ranch theme, which I think can be rolled out in other areas, as I know this council continues to want to be focused on what we can do in that southwest part of Clovis. And so I just wanted to put some additional spotlight on those two things. I appreciate you mentioning them.
Thank you. We hope it does inspire some investment. It's going to be a really nice facility. It's going to function, most importantly, the way we need it to function, but I'm hoping that it inspires some investment too.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Oh.
I know you went through the CIP already. I just had a question on the, housing community development. That's under you, right? The CIP
That part, it is included in the community,
Yeah.
or the community investment program, yes.
Okay. So it went to 50,000 for the page C15 because we reallocated those funds, I'm assuming, Andy, right? Is that why the affordable housing was only 50,000 this budget year? And then next year, it'll go back up again. It's page C15,
Yeah, I'm on it.
the affordable housing project. I thought we always received some CDBG funds that were much higher, and then we were using it for other things. And so I didn't understand why it was 50.
That is remnants of our redevelopment administration's housing set-aside fund. So we have a small amount of money we've set aside for potential investment to create more affordable housing there, but that is a diminishing resource as we spent down that balance.
Okay. Okay, so that was specific just for affordable housing, that the other CDBGs, what we've been using for home improvement and first-time home buyer then?
Yeah, we've been using CDBG almost exclusively for the home repair loans and grants and the home improvement grants.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And now, General Services, Shauna Halton.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight,
evening.
we are bringing General Services. This is on page 99 of your budget book. And I'm going to let you take a gander at it, and then I'm going to go on to the next page that kind of explains it a little bit. General Services covers a few different divisions, including personnel, risk management, facilities maintenance, purchasing, public transit, senior services, and recreation. Within personnel, that includes the first line personnel and then employee benefits and the liability and property insurance. Facilities maintenance includes facilities maintenance and department support, and then the other three are standalone. So I'll explain some of these numbers. In the personnel risk management side, there were 6 new firefighter positions this year. We have 16 more new positions coming up next year. That includes benefits for all of those people. So it does have an impact to our benefits, including retirement costs, health insurance costs, workers' comp costs. At the time that we had done the budget, because health insurance runs on a calendar year and our budgets run in a fiscal year, they're looking really far into the future for our health insurance estimates. We had estimated an 11.2% increase, which is about $1 million. However, we think it will be less than that because the costs were not as high as we thought they would increase. However, we do have new employees, so that increases it as well. I do think there will be some savings in that account. We also have all of the city's retirement costs in our budget, and the unfunded liability for PERS is hitting us more and more every year. This year, we had an increase of almost $3 million just in our retirement for PERS. That's a real big hit, and that's due to the unfunded liability and, of course, additional employees as well. The other thing that we've seen just really across the board, every city has seen this, liability costs, whether it's insurance for we're self-insured, but we work with a risk management authority to help, it's a pool to keep our costs down. The liability costs, when we first budgeted this, was 38%. They have since come back and said some of our liabilities are up to 70% increase. They have seen statewide a number of fires and disasters, and then in the consortium that we're in, the city of Porterville had a horrible fire, you know, and firefighter deaths, and all of those things affect the pool. So that is going to be a big increase this year. I think we'll have enough offset from the health insurance savings to make up for it. The facilities maintenance budget, which covers pretty much anything having to do with facilities, including our electricity and our power, all of those have gone up a little bit. And then the other things we have in there are quite a few requests this year. There's about $300,000 for furnishings. One of those is to replace all of the furnishing up in PD dispatch. It's the original equipment. It's pretty outdated, so to replace that. And the SCBA's, the self-contained breathing apparatus that the fire chief discussed, is in our department support budget of about $800,000. So if you see that outlier of why it got so big, those are some of the explanations for that. Whoops, are we not moving? Whoops, I think John and I are both hitting it. Okay, for community services. Now, as you're, I'm sure, aware, recreation and senior services closed for a little while there. Even when they were able to start reopening, we were offering things outside, programs out in front of the senior center, out in front of the rec center, whatever we could offer. The skate park reopened, the batting cage reopened. And then we also had most of our staff for quite a long time there being covered by CDBG funds and doing the senior meal program. So we were able to keep all of our full-time staff employed. Most of the part-time staff, which is programs and such, we did lay them off temporarily, starting to bring them back now as classes are reopening. If you haven't already gotten it, I'm sure you'll get an invite soon about a reopening party on July 1st to reopen the senior center and celebrate everybody coming back. Our seniors are really excited about it. Recreation is starting to rebuild our programs as well. And then for transit, pretty much status quo. Things are just plugging along. We reduced a little bit during the pandemic, some of the services for a short period of time, but otherwise we've pretty much been running our regular service in transit and just moving forward there. And I'm open for any questions. Bob's waiting, I saw him.
Yeah, Bob?
I had to push my button before Bong. So, all right, I want to talk a little bit about transit, because one of the big things from my perspective was this, I'll call it an experiment, or a rollout of something that we've, tested a little bit before of free transit. Are we, maybe it's not a good time to be testing whether that is something that makes sense for us, but I just wanted to at least get some feedback from you on what you think is happening. I know Amy's here too.
Yeah, she is. So one good thing is, before the pandemic happened, we used a grant that offered free fares for a few months. I think it's about 4 or 5 months. And during that time, we saw a real increase in our ridership on stage line especially, which was perfect. That's what you're hoping for. I don't think we have seen, it's like you're saying, it's a really hard comparison to make. I don't think we've seen the full rebound yet on transit. About 50% of our stage line ridership is students. They haven't been back in school. So we really can't ascertain at this point the benefits of that, if it's really increasing our ridership or not. The other thing that was planned for this year was hiring a consultant to do some studies to determine where should our routes be. We have a new transit hub, where should we be running. We kind of put that on hold too, because people aren't doing their normal patterns to determine if we're taking them to the right places or we're running our routes in the right places. Staff does have a survey that they're going to be sending out in a bunch of different ways and advertising it a lot in the next couple of weeks to gather some data and kind of figure out what we need to do looking forward in the way of our route studies, and gather as much information as we can, even though our ridership numbers are not back to normal yet.
Okay. And then I think that all the council members have been receiving some calls related to homelessness in the community. And I was curious as to whether transit is being impacted in any way by the homeless population that we're starting to see an increase in the city of Clovis.
I haven't heard anything negative yet.
Okay.
Sometimes we're concerned about that, that they get on the bus and just kind of ride around and, hang out on the bus. Right. Not that I know of, not that I've heard from staff.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Question?
I wanted to fall back on what we discussed with regards to the naming, and probably to you, Scott, let's really put something down solid, so that way the naming never gets changed from the Armstrong and the Smith camps. And so I know that you mentioned a couple of things, on the side, but I guess I want to put on the record that we will do something in which that a future council cannot come in and say, we hate farmers, and so we're not going to support a farming family and get that name off. So please, let's really do something. Let's be at the forefront of that. Let's do something that protects and honors, you know, what we are honoring today forever. And so if we can do something like that, please, let's make sure that happens. And so, Shauna, is it still 2030 when it's projected that PERS will potentially go flat instead of increasing every year? Is that still the projection?
We haven't done a new actuarial since we did it when we were negotiations a couple of years ago. When we go into next negotiations, we'll have them do it again. It was around 2030 to 2032 is when it starts going back down again, yeah.
Okay, all right.
According to that actuarial, but I
Yeah.
don't think it's changed really.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, and there's something else that, you know, you just reminded me of that I forgot to mention. In this budget, when it shows the senior center went up a lot, that's because the debt for the new senior center was plugged in the budget. So you went from an estimate this year of 443, which is low because we've been closed, up to 1.2 million. There's about 600,000 in there of debt service for the new senior center.
And how much of our facilities are solarized now, or how much are we producing? And do we have plans to continue to add more solar?
We have solar in most of the city facilities, like most of the fire stations, you know, courtyard, police department. We don't have it on City Hall. Although we don't have it planned in the two new facilities, it could handle it. The roofs and everything are built to be able to handle that. We have different companies that we work with regarding those solar benefits, and they go out and look at the amount of usage and what grants are available, what partnerships are available, rebates from PG&E, something called on-bill financing, which is basically you're just paying what you would normally pay PG&E, you're paying this other solar company, and you kind of break even, but after a few years, you end up owning it, and then you don't have to pay PG&E anymore. So, yeah, we're constantly looking at that. In fact, I got a phone call from somebody this week, and I'll meet with them about that type of thing next week.
And then with our transit, I hope it challenges us to make transit something that lowers VMT. I mean, this is the time where we do it different. This is how we make our transit qualify as, you know, so how do we do that? And include you guys in that discussion with planning?
Sure.
So that way we can really make it, okay, I thought, you know, when we had a VMT report, there was only one route that qualified, which was the fax bus that came to service the mall. Well, it's all free now, so how do we make where, you know, our buses are going everywhere, and then it'll lower those numbers?
Well, some of the challenges with VMT is the frequency. It has to run every 15 minutes. And Fresno does. We don't. We've never had the need for 15-minute service. There isn't enough ridership to warrant 15-minute service. So that's the biggest challenge with VMT is the distance to wherever you're going and the fact that it has to run every 15 minutes. So now I know that Amy has been working with planning and looking at different ways, and they're very involved whenever they're designing something and having transit part of it. But that's the biggest challenge, especially even when we were collecting fares, 90% of the cost of running the system is not covered by any fares. So now you're talking 100% to run those buses.
And it may be where we are the leader in helping small towns change that VMT calculation and how we do it, you know, because we may be more like an Uber service that is, but we take care of the need. So, you know, I think that that's something that we need to be thinking about and how we help as we build out. And I know we've said it when it was COVID, but thank you so much for the services that we gave to the seniors during this time, and for us to get the community involved, because those who were involved with us in going to serve the seniors have all given such positive feedback. And then the seniors themselves of seeing us, community partners, you know, just volunteers going out. I think that was something that we did that was very beneficial, especially to the most vulnerable population for COVID. So thank you for that.
Yep, you're welcome. Any other questions?
I see none. Thank you, Shauna.
Andy.
And last but not least, Community and Economic Development and Successor Agency, Andy Hausler.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. So last but definitely not least, so here are the budget pages for the various sections of our department, which includes economic development, affordable housing, grant management, and the successor agency. I don't have much of my presentation on the successor agency. It has really wound down to just paying off our debt, just our bonds. We don't have a whole lot of project money in there, but that could change from year to year going forward as we see loans pay off. So just a quick overview. Green is this year, blue is last year. For housing, we are back down to our CDBG allocation of funding to support low-income households with housing repairs. There are going to be some budget amendments coming your way, as we have heard of grant awards, and I'll get into those in a little bit. But last year was a banner year for housing, and that is mostly because of the stimulus money that came through ARA for housing support. We assisted well over 200 to 300 families with rental support, and we also, in this budget, paid for the senior meals program that Councilmember Monatua just mentioned. The grants administration is status quo, and economic development has a slight increase going forward. So some highlights for business attraction. We are really excited about getting back to getting out there and being able to travel to meet with property owners that live across our country that have invested in Clovis. We really value that face-to-face and marketing our growth areas to those retailers, corporations, and folks that own corporate centers in our community. We're going to be focusing on the growth areas. We saw a lot of success before COVID in getting the Loma Vista area fired up. We're excited about doing that in Heritage Grove. Existing retail areas will still be a big focus, filling those spaces like we were able to. The Hobby Lobby taking over Toys R Us recently, and At Home taking over the Kmart. Industrial areas, we have areas to market, really excited about that, and that's all revenue coming into our community. And then we also have a partnership with some data analysis and strategy being developed with a few different partners to really further establish Clovis as a medical hub out the Temperance and Herndon corridor area. We also strongly invest in relationships with our brokerage community. They are our unpaid sales staff, just don't tell them that. I spend a lot of time with them supporting their efforts and traveling to trade shows. We also are going to be spending a lot of time analyzing post-COVID trends. What is coming, what is going on, and how does that impact the city's vision going forward? As we're coming out of this, just recently, and Luke has said it many times, we think some of these trends are here to stay. If we fast forwarded 10 years, you hear those terms a lot. And so one of the big focus areas for us is what's going on Shaw Avenue. So in the budget is an investment to bring on a consulting group to build on data sets that our team here at the city has developed to analyze what is going on Shaw with our retail corridor there. We have a strong desire to see that be maintained as a strong corridor. We think it is a strong corridor and is really a success story if you think about the success we've had there with the big boxes being filled, hotels being added, Costco going there. We want to keep that momentum going, but it's going to take some visioning on what's going to happen because we have an inkling that we probably have too many square feet of retail on that corridor. So we have a consultant coming on board to analyze the market as a whole, to think through how much retail we have and what some other uses are that we could shift to that would dovetail into the general plan update that Renee mentioned going forward. So we know exactly what the market is going to be looking for, or at least forecasted over the next 10 years, 15 years, to analyze that. You know, Sears left. At the same time, we had a Costco erupt across the street. It's been a huge success. So we need to figure that out going forward on where different uses should be. We hope to come back with some updates on that this fall or early winter, as we have put in a lot of time this last year. Like we've walked every shopping center on the corridor as a team, mapped everything out, and turned over data sets to a consultant that has been doing this across the state of California. We're also seeing a huge trend in business startups. Our business startup numbers across the country are going through the roof, and we are no different. In the budget, we are making an investment in entrepreneurship beyond what we have done in the past. That includes a Made in Clovis festival that we are recommending. That'll be in partnership with the Clovis Chamber of Commerce. where we actually hold a festival where entrepreneurs that are creating products in Clovis that they had to figure out during COVID started a business because they didn't have a whole lot of other choices, now have a free place to come and sell their product to their community and create a marketplace for them to have success. In combination with that would be incubation services, where those businesses can get business training, resources plugged into the business development community. We also have ongoing partnerships with the Small Business Development Center, the Clovis Culinary Center, Clovis Chamber of Commerce, and then our own city staff are pretty good at helping businesses along that way. So it's a big effort for us to support entrepreneurship and the small businesses in general, because as we saw during the pandemic, those were critical to the backbone of our community, and we want to take advantage of what people have created. Affordable housing has been kind of a banner year for us, both in the support that the city of Clovis offered to low-income residents through rental support, but we've also launched one project is coming to completion, Sylvita Commons, and another project broke ground about a month ago at Butterfly Gardens. Those funding for those projects were in previous year budgets and are being reserved for them as we provided assistance in buying down the fees for those projects. We also were awarded $1 million for a down payment assistance program that was budgeted in the previous year that is going to be implemented this year. And then we were just awarded $5 million from the California State Cal Home program for rehab assistance. That was given to us last week. We were notified, so it's not in this budget. Once we get the contract, we'll come back to amend our budget to reflect that. And then next week, we'll be coming back to get council's approval to submit another application for affordable housing funding. That'll be significant. And then we'll be managing our community development block grant program that really has become the backbone for providing basic services to our community for affordable housing, infrastructure improvement in low-income areas, as well as entrepreneurship development that provides grants to low-income households that are trying to get their businesses off the ground. That concludes my presentation, and I'm here for any questions.
Questions, Randy?
Just, excellent job, and thank you for the acknowledgement of the big box, you know, the vacancies we have or future vacancies, so I appreciate that and the shift in trends. And I love the Made in Clovis fair. That is super awesome. So, good job.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, your budget is small, Andy, but I think the work that you have done and the people who have worked alongside of you, you bring in almost 10% of the income to the family with the sales or the businesses. And so you do a lot of work, so thank you for that. So please, you know, the work that I think Sean has done, you have done, especially during COVID, and as we work with the business community and also in attracting new, keep up the good work. And also the departments, I also wanted to, because you shared that many times when it was interpreting a new COVID regulation, it wasn't just you, it was fire, it was police, it was, you know, building, everybody came together and said, this is how we're going to interpret, this is how we're going to navigate. And by us being able to work so quickly together, we allowed our businesses to move forward quicker than waiting and waiting and waiting. And so thank you for that. I wanted to say that we've had inquiries with regards to a cultural arts commission or committee or something, just to put on your radar as well, where, you know, if we can think about creating something like that, starting something like that for Clovis and you know, creating a commission to help us in that aspect. I know that Center Stage is pretty active here, but then, you know, we're close to Clovis Unified. They have so many other the performing arts centers, so just put that out there. And lastly, how is the hotel and conventions, and are they back? Are they almost back? What's the projection there? Because that also brings in good revenue for the city.
Yeah, so conventions really aren't back yet. I believe the Veterans Memorial District is planning on reopening shortly, so that will be good. Our hotel occupancies, when we were first looking at what was going to happen during COVID, we projected a pretty significant drop-off We never saw that drop-off happen as significantly as I had expected. We never really got below 50% occupancy in Clovis, and most recently, we've been up into the 70, 80, 90% occupancy, which is pretty exceptional considering the restrictions on travel. That's with new hotels coming online, that's with the restrictions and the lack of conventions and meetings going on. So I think we're going to see significant demand. We've also seen, which I think is even more valuable, a pretty significant increase in our room rates here in Clovis. So people are willing to pay more to stay here. Yeah. So that's a big lifeline into our community and restaurants and other travel-related service providers. And so it's a big focus of ours and of Sean's to keep those businesses going.
Keep up the good work. Thanks, Andy.
More questions, Riley?
So I just wanted to say I do lean heavily on all the other departments. They know that for sure, that I'm constantly there, and we couldn't do it on this budget. It definitely is a representation of everything the whole team has done.
And I do want to comment on all the presentations we were this evening, is that, you know, our budgets are still tight, and every one of our department heads and the staff that backs them up, and our city manager, you do much with very little, and that's to be praised. I think our citizens don't understand how much, what kind of service they actually receive when truly we try to do so much with so little, and you get it done. You get it done. Every single department, police, fire, public utilities, planning, every department, and you're frugal in the best definition of that word. And but you're all public servants, and you serve our people, the people of Clovis, very well, and those that visit us too. So it's just not Clovis; it's those that are coming here to receive the services that we as a city provide, and you do it well. And so it's going to be another tough year once again, and I know we will make the tough choices and tough decisions that Vaughn calls for, because we got to debate those issues, because what will we do for the future? Where is the city headed? And it's time to start thinking about those issues among us five here. Any other comments, questions? So anyone in the public wishing to comment on what we've heard this evening regarding our budget? Anyone in the chamber? Anyone on the web?
There are none.
None? And we got no
No.
correspondence. Okay, so I'll bring it back to the council.
I'll make a motion to approve the annual budget, the 5-year capital improvement program, and accepting the information on the success rating.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, all of you, for the hard work you do year in and year out. Yeah, it deserves an applause. Next item, administrative items. Administrative items are matters on the regular city council agenda other than public hearings. Item 3, workshop to update city council and request policy direction on the city's sewer infrastructure over the next 20 years and forecast revenue and expenditures. Staff member will be Mike Harrison, city engineer, Paul Armendariz, Citizen Public Utilities Director. And that's it, right?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and introduce this, and then Mike and Paul will come up here. The purpose of this workshop, we are, it's to begin the dialogue with council on what could happen and some challenges we're facing over the next 20 years in building the sewer system and funding with the current streams. We have, as council is aware, we have a very significant master plan that kind of plans out our long-term growth for the city. and the services to serve that growth. And it's all based on estimates, and those estimates change over time. Everything where, you know, the number of units per year changes, where the growth occurs can change. The flow coming from each house has changed actually over time through water conservation measures. And we need to, in a perfect world, the revenue from the development impact fees would perfectly match up with the rate of the expansion of the system. We are continuing to provide the service for the growth. Looking out 15 to 20 years, we get to a point where we want to make sure we don't run out of capacity before we reach the point where we can issue additional bonds. This is just to begin that dialogue. Just to put it on council's radar, we're looking at these things again. Much of this is just going to be a workshop information items and kind of a long-term projection of things. We will be seeking one policy direction, and that is on the item regarding reimbursement and who gets reimbursed first. The past precedent has always been that the oldest claim by a developer gets paid before the newer claim by the developer. We're in a little bit different situation going forward because we have had the bond surcharge from the users has also gone to pay some debt service. So we are going to need policy direction from council on where does that enterprise fund fit into the repayment and reimbursement order. Do they come in front of development? Do they come after development? Is a blend? And there's a number of factors that go into that consideration. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Paul and to Mike, and they'll walk you through everything. And they're really the experts, and they put a lot of work in here. It's a complicated matter. It's one of these things that it's sometimes tough to get your mind around and keep it around, but these two guys are the experts in it, and I'll turn it over to them.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Good to see you tonight. As Luke mentioned, we're going to go over a workshop. And so with the workshop, if you have questions at any time, please ask those. We'll go back and forth, and we'll try to answer those as we go through this. Okay, for tonight, we're just going to be between Mike and I. I'm going to start with an overview of the sewer major facilities, then I'll hand it over to Mike to talk about the development impact fees. From there, he'll talk a little bit about the current status of the Major Facilities Fund. I'll go over some service capacity strategies in the model that we ran, potential strategies moving forward, and then we'll end with Mike discussing a reimbursement practice. All right, this map probably looks familiar to you. This is the 2014 General Plan Update, and we're starting with this to really start from the beginning of what the General Plan accomplishes. So it accomplishes multiple items. As far as major facilities, what it does is it really plans out where future growth and development is expected to occur. And so looking at those areas, we know we have our future service areas, the Northwest, Northeast, and the Southeast, and then also identifies different land uses and densities. So given those land uses and densities, then we create the master plan. And what the master plans do, it designs what infrastructure is needed ultimately to serve those general plan areas. So this is a picture of the sewer master plan, but between 2015 and 17, we went through and updated the water, wastewater, and recycled water master plans. Tonight we're going to talk about the wastewater master plan. So overview of the wastewater system. The general master plan provides the infrastructure to serve the general plan. Prior to 2009, all sewer went to the Fresno Clovis Regional Plant. So in 2009, we constructed the sewer treatment water reuse facility. Based on the current sewer master plan, there's different service areas in the system. There are 5 service areas that go to the Fresno Clovis Regional Plant and 3 that go to the Clovis Sewer Treatment Water Reuse Facility based on the master plan design of the sewer system. We own 11.6% capacity of the Fresno Clovis Regional Plant, which is 9.3 MGD, and then the current sewer treatment water reuse facility is 2.8 MGD. It's important to note there are 2 future expansions to that plant, one to 5.6 and one to 8.4. So this is an overview. It looks familiar in the sense that it overlays the general plan, and so you can see the outline of this matches the general plan, and this lists all the different service areas based on our master plan. You drill down into the...
Before you go.
Yes.
How much is it in dollars for us to send the things to Fresno, the sewer? Do you know at all?
So there are two components to that. Off the top of my head, I don't... There's a capital component and an operations and maintenance component. I want to say the operations and maintenance component is a couple million, and the capital just depends on what capital projects that we need to contribute to. And so that'll range from year to year. So the 5 service areas that go to the regional plant are the Herndon, Sierra, Peach, Clovis, and Fowler. And what the service area is any unit that's inside of that service area goes to the trunk that serves that service area. So if you have a unit, whether it's residential, commercial, industrial up in this corner, and then you have another one in this corner, they all flow to the Herndon trunk. So that's an example for the Herndon service area. Same for the Fowler, the Clovis, Peach, and Sierra. Based on future projected growth in the northwest, northeast, and southeast, what our master plan calls for is that these 3 growth areas will ultimately, the sewer from those areas will ultimately go to the sewer treatment water reuse facility. As you'll see in the northwest service area, there's this triangle piece just north of Shepherd. That is part of the northwest service area. So northwest service area goes to a pump station that will be located at Shepherd and Willow, then comes down and goes down to DeWolf to the plant. Northeast service area goes down to DeWolf trunk, also to the plant. I think that'll be shown in this slide right here. So this is directly from our sewer master plan. And again, we have our northwest service areas, this triangle piece up here, the Heritage Grove area up here. And the way the system is designed is that it will gravity flow down Shepherd to a future pump station located at this corner right here, and then pump back force main down Shepherd to the east, down to DeWolf, and then ultimately to our plant. The dash, so you can see in this map, the longer dash lines are future infrastructure that is needed. The smaller dash lines or dots are existing infrastructure that's in place. The northwest, again, needs a Shepherd and DeWolf. The northeast, the first unit that comes to the northeast, the current sphere is in this corner here, will require the construction of a DeWolf trunk. And that will ultimately also go to the sewer treatment water facility. So in the master plan, there are multiple projects, but really these are the 3 projects that we've identified as being the larger projects needed to serve these growth areas. And they total close to about $50 million. And now I'll hand this over to Mike so he can talk about how we're going to fund these projects.
And you can hold on to the clicker and run that for me, okay?
All right.
Good evening, council. So how do we pay for the major facilities? Just a quick overview. Development impact fees basically are calculated based on the total project cost. So we took the master plan, we estimated the cost of every project that was needed that we considered to be a major facility. We didn't include any of the small pipelines. It was basically the plant expansions, the major trunks, the big pump stations, and all those projects. That total cost is then divided by the planned number of units that's going to be served by that sewer system to come up with a cost per unit or a fair share cost that each unit would pay for development. So ideally, these fees would generate enough revenue and in a time necessary so that we have the money available to either finance the facilities that we need for new development. The reality, though, is that development pace fluctuates greatly, and we've seen that with the last recession where the development pace dropped very drastically. And there's not always sufficient revenue to cover all the annual expenses. So a distinction between impact fees and user rates. Impact fees pay for the initial cost of infrastructure. By contrast, the user fees or the ratepayers pay for maintenance and operation of facilities that support the existing customers. The two aren't related funds. So going into a timeline, back in '96, the master plan called for this sewer treatment water reuse facility. During 2005 through 2007, we began implementing the construction of the water reuse facility, and we issued $90 million or thereabouts in debt. Shortly thereafter, in 2008, we had the recession, and units dropped drastically. In 2009 and 2010, we updated the fees. So in the middle of the recession, about a couple years in, we started to look for ways to incentivize development. In 2010, we had a program to incentivize office and industrial projects. That program waived sewer and water major facilities, and that program ended 2 years after it started. Throughout that program, approximately $1.5 million in sewer major facilities fees were foregone. In 2010, because the debt was not, there was not enough revenue from impact fees, so that fund had started to dwindle. Sewer rates were waived for residents, and the sewer bond charge was added. And if you can go to the next slide, Paul. In 2011, the city reduced impact fees by 30% overall to incentivize development. However, for this particular program, sewer was not included in that reduction. In 2013, we had yet another program where in the core area, that's the area south of Sierra and west of Locan, was incentivized with some fee reductions. In that program, approximately $3.5 million of revenue was foregone. Now, with the 2014 general plan update, we again updated the fees by the CCI. And in 2016, the revenue started to climb again. We were able to do a sewer bond rebate to the residents. And finally, in 2017, sewer and water recycle master plans were completed. And as a result of that and the reduced flow rate per residence that was realized in the study of that master plan, the impact fees were reduced by about $1,700 per unit. Between 2018 and now, we've done annual construction cost index updates. So this slide shows the development impact fee revenue. The revenue is shown in blue. I think when you did this slide, Paul, I had the other color. So the revenue is shown in blue. You can see that at the beginning of this time period, 2006, we had significant revenue. This was during the time of the boom. You can see that revenue starts to decline as we get into the recession and drops and bottoms out at just over $1 million there in 2008, and then begins to climb as time goes by. You can see that at about the same time at the beginning of that chart in 2006, we began issuing debt, and the debt raised up to a little over $6 million, where it has stayed at that level for up until now. So it's because of that gap in the between the revenue and the debt that we issued the sewer bond. So the current status of Major Facilities Fund, currently there's $1.5 million in the account. Currently, the debt service needs per year until 2039, which is when the existing debt will be paid off, is about $7 million. And about $15 million has been borrowed to date from the users through that sewer bond charge. In the next 20 years, there will be several $1 million worth of improvements that Paul has already mentioned and pointed out. It's those three projects that will serve the new growth areas. In the next, 8 to 10 years, we'll need to spend about $13 to $15 million. And then in the sometime in the 30s, probably in the mid-30s, we'll need to spend another $35 to $50 million. And those are today's dollars. And so, so realizing the large expenses that are coming up, we have been working on coming up with strategies so that we can prolong the use of our system just as long as we can, and Paul's going to talk about some of those.
All right, yeah, as Mike said, so what we did is we worked with Blurred Church and Flynn really to model the timing and need of projects. So we try to drill down based on the current master plan, and what we were thinking is some of these large projects were needed late 20s, early 30s. And so we worked with Blurred Church and Flynn by listing out where we thought growth would happen. Mike sent that out to the BIA. We worked with the BIA and thinking, and it's really, you know, this is where we expect development to happen in these service areas, this many units based on the sewer flows we have. And from that, we estimated how many units we come in each year in each service area. That brought in a certain amount of monies and revenues from the development impact fees. And then we have the bond payment and then an additional project. So that's the cash flow part of that model. We kept in mind that, hey, the Northwest and the Northeast service areas are the critical areas that need those large projects or that large major infrastructure. And so what we did is we evaluated existing capacity in the Herndon service area. Is there any capacity in Herndon that we can currently use to delay some of these projects? The next step is, are there any additional projects that we can construct or additional measures that we could do to even further prolong the need of those large projects? So by diverting flow maybe from Herndon to another service area. And then the DeWolf trunk, again, it's important to note that the DeWolf trunk will require, the first unit in the Northeast will require the DeWolf trunk to be constructed. However, the DeWolf trunk is also needed for the Northwest service area. Okay, so the outcome of this modeling, and really, again, there's a lot of moving parts, as Luke had mentioned. There's sewer flows, population, densities, where growth is happening, but it's kind of the best snapshot we have right now, and we'll be updating it as we progress over the next few years, or maybe 15, 20 years, actually. So what we found is there are approximately 5,000 units that we can currently serve by utilizing existing capacity in the Northwest service area. There's about 500 units in the current Herndon service area, and about 4,500 units in the Northwest service area north of Shepherd. There are an additional 2,000 units or so that can be served with some interim projects. So we have the 5,000 units using existing capacity, and then we can do some additional projects, about $5 million worth, to add on another 2,000 units in the Northwest service area. And also there's that triangle piece that I pointed out earlier that's part of that Northwest service area. There's a project that we can implement that would allow about 1,700 units in that area to divert to the Fowler service area. Again, there's an estimate about $5 million for those projects in order to add the additional 3,500 units or so. The Northeast service area needs a DeWolf trunk. That's estimated about $8 million. And then with the flow diversion projects, so earlier I had mentioned we were thinking late 20s, early 30s. Well, now we're looking at 2035 or maybe even longer. The debt drops off in 2039. The current bond payments drop off in 2039. So what we're trying to do is get to that point, or there are some other measures that we can put in place before that to maybe bond those last 5 years. So what does this all look like? So I rattled off a lot of units there, and I find that it's kind of helpful to see that on a map. So zooming into the Herndon service area, so that the first set of projects are really just using the existing capacity. There are no projects. We can serve about 5,000 units total in the Herndon service area. 500 in Herndon, 4,500 in the Northwest or north of Shepherd. Now, if there are 1,000 units in Herndon that develop, and that takes away from here. So it's all part of the Herndon service area. So those are current measures that we can do, implementing now, and allow for growth without the major infrastructure that's needed. Not yet. So the next set of projects right here takes into account the triangle piece. So The second step of that analysis we did, okay, what are some additional projects that we can do, interim permanent projects, about $5 million worth of projects that we can do to allow for additional units or additional growth. And so what we found is we have a temporary lift station at Fowler and Everglade, and so there are some improvements that we can do to that lift station in order to allow about 1,700 units in this triangle area to divert to the Fowler service area. So ultimately, this area and this area is all part of the Northwest, but again, these projects that we're looking at doing are to divert that flow to interim capacity areas. So try and go to the north, to the Fowler. Herndon, by doing some projects and shifting some of the flow to other service areas in Herndon, we can allow for about another 1,800 units or so north of this area up here. So these are just approximation, again, densities and will change, but we're thinking we can get to roughly Beheimer, but it all depends on population and densities. So going forward, what we intend to do is annual fee updates is a must to keep pace with construction costs. So we have the CCI that we just did that Mike had discussed, and we're going to continue to do that every year. We're also going to reevaluate the sewer development impact fees next year. We have these interim projects, some other measures that we're going to be looking at, and so we're going to, Mike and his team is going to be doing or looking at doing a development impact fee update. We have the interim projects that we talked about, the $5 million worth of projects to delay the need for the larger projects. We're also going to investigate purchasing additional capacity from Fresno. So right now we own 2.8 MGD of the Herndon trunk, and so we're going to meet with Fresno and discuss potentially purchasing or leasing additional capacity along Herndon. There's a lot of moving parts with that too, depending on is that capacity available on the Herndon side, or excuse me, on the Fresno side. What does Fresno have planned for Herndon? And so, but it is an option that we're going to be entertaining and looking into. Another thing we're going to be doing is strategically implementing 3% annual, or implementing 3% annual user rate increases in order to accomplish a minimum of 120% revenue to debt ratio. So the bond covenants require 1.2 times max annual debt service, really 140% for better interest rates. And so right now the sewer enterprise fund, and really our 5-year forecast, shows no rate increases to the 5-year forecast, where the fund is structurally stable and sound. However, in order to prepare for future bonding and bonding before the current bond debts fall off, we need to make sure we can meet that bond covenant. And so one of the things that we're not going to do it immediately, but one of the things we'll be working with finance on is strategically looking at, okay, what years can we implement a 3% increase in order to meet that bond covenant?
Paul, I want to stop you right there if you don't mind, because it seems like right there is where we're pivoting to where the users are paying for development. And our rule has been for decades now that development pays its own way. And the way that I'm interpreting that bullet point is that actually we're going to have citizens who are already here paying for the capital expenditures. Now I recognize that my interpretation could be wrong, because perhaps maybe what we're communicating instead is that, well, the people who have moved in are also going to be contributing to this 3% increase, but frankly, some of those citizens have been there for years, and their capital costs were associated with, the Fresno Clovis sewer plant over at Jensen. So am I interpreting it correctly?
So my understanding of this is the reason we would implement 3% increases isn't necessarily to pay for those projects, but just to show that we have that bonding capacity, or that maximum annual debt service, that we're able to meet that 1.2 times that service. So it's to show in the fund that we have enough revenues coming in the system in order to go and secure a bond.
Well, I understand the financial need for that. I mean, we want to make sure that we're paying a reasonable interest rate, and we want to make sure that we're meeting our bond covenants. But at the same time, it feels as though we're increasing the rate of the citizens, the sewer rate of the citizens, in order to make sure that we can cover the bond covenants that came about as a result of new debt, which was associated with new development. I guess that's how I'm interpreting it, and if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, but it feels like that's what's going on. And maybe you're not comfortable saying it, or...
Yeah, I don't know if,
I just want to say those water mains went in before I worked here, and they didn't break on my watch. So I just want to start off with that. So, to a certain extent, yes, you are right, Councilman Whalen, that, but part of that deal is the bond issuers really don't like, they don't give a lot of credence to a reserve set up from a development impact fund, because development impact fees vary so much with growth. They want to see, and most cities don't even finance their infrastructure the way we do through development impact fees. They finance it through just rate increases and through users. The bond issuers require this big reserve there. Even if we don't spend any of that on the bond payment or on the actual improvements, they want to see that big reserve to give us any bond, much less the best rates. So to a certain extent, we would be building up a large reserve in the enterprise fund that would be used, that would give the bond issuers the comfort to issue the bonds at good rates. Once those bonds are paid for, or once that reserve isn't needed, then you would forego rates, increases for a long term to eat down that reserve. But the reserve you would build up to get that bond once you had it, and once you maintain that reserve level to keep the bond covenants intact, once you start to exceed that, you could start eating into that reserve.
Well, and I get that, and if I'm buying those bonds, I want those same bond covenants in place. But I guess my point is that these rates would not be increasing if it wasn't for the new capital expenditures associated with the new growth in the city of Clovis. And that's the part where it's like, I feel like folks in the Southwest are going to be paying for development in the Northwest. And that seems to be a bit of a switch in our policy or rule related to development paying its own way. I'm not saying that I'm not trying to blame the people who are issuing the bonds or the people who are buying the bonds. I'm just saying it seems like we probably need to, well, in my view, we need to figure out a way in order to make sure that the new development pays its own way if we're going to stick to our policy. And certainly I feel firm on that position of making sure development pays its own way. So what does that look like? And that's probably a conversation later on in the presentation that I think Mike is going to be handling. So I just wanted to get, in my mind, the clarification here, what's going on at that particular bullet point. Thank you for the answer.
And I agree with Bob, because even in your scenario, Luke, after the bond's paid off, and now we're not increasing the rate, now all the citizens of Clovis are getting the benefit of not increasing the rate, including all those that came lately. And so those that came a long time ago are now subsidizing the recent arrivals.
Yes, I understand. It's certainly not the ideal situation, but just as, as we started out, in a perfect situation, your inflow of the revenue from the development impact fees would perfectly match the expenditures, and everything would work fine. But as we've already seen, that hasn't occurred when we've had to have the bond surcharge to cover the debt service when development slowed down, and then that gets paid back when it's available, as we've already had one rebate at a time. But it's not a perfect situation, and we have strived to maintain the goal of development paying for itself, but there have been times when it hasn't, and the bond surcharge was a perfect example of that. So, yes, it's not a perfect situation.
I guess in my mind, it actually seems like you said part of it's to make sure the ratio for bonding is appropriate, which everyone will benefit from. But I think it's a little bit like we all have to invest in the whole at some point. I mean, the building up of our sewer infrastructure is good for everyone. So I guess I don't see it exactly a cause and effect of this causes that. I hear you, but I think there's another way to look at it that says we're going to make the whole city infrastructure better, Because in 40 more years, it may shift again, and the infrastructure you put in today could help me in the southeast, but today maybe doesn't help me at all. So I feel like you could also look at it a different way.
Yeah, there's unforeseen things that could happen
Yeah.
that could do that, but for now, the fact of the matter is if we weren't growing, we wouldn't need much of this additional, there's some infrastructure that is paid for by users that, improves user service or does stuff for the users. But much of this is growth driven, and if we weren't growing, we wouldn't need to build this infrastructure. The users would just concentrate on the infrastructure that's there and making some slight tweaks and improvements to that infrastructure. So it's a kind of a different magnitude of difference.
I guess philosophically, though, if we weren't growing, we wouldn't need more police officers either. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things. If we didn't grow, we wouldn't need any of it. So I'm not sure, in my mind, the line's not quite as clear. For this, it makes sense to invest in all. Same with police officers.
And that's why the purpose of having this discussion is because what we're trying to do is make sure, and we're looking out 15 or 20 years, what we don't want to do is get to the point in 2035 where we are out of infrastructure and cannot have any growth, and now all of that debt service, all of it has to be absorbed by the users because there's no more growth to pay for the debt that was taken out for the life of these facilities. So it's a long-term issue. You know, the earlier we look at it and the more we monitor it between now and then, we can make adjustments as we go, and the adjustments are smaller. If we wait until then, you could literally, maybe not quite completely get to the point, but you would get to the point where there wouldn't be capacity for significant growth. The users could have to assume most of the outstanding debt service payment at that time, and never get paid back for it if there's no way to keep that growth going. So this is why we're bringing this to council's attention, because it is a challenge.
Councilmember Whaley, can you help me understand sort of the policy that you just described? So you're okay with users paying for maintenance and upkeep of something that a new development created, just not the initial construction? Because right now, when the rate increases, we're all paying for something new that maybe me living in Old Town never needed, but yet I still get to pay for it, but then we pass it as a council to pay for it. So I'm trying to help me understand that part.
So from my perspective, development paying its own way means that whenever there's going to be a new capital expenditure that's going to be like a major facilities capital expenditure, then the development impact fees are going to pay for that. Now, we have this conversation periodically related to, okay, well, who's really going to be paying the development impact fees? It's going to get passed through to the homeowner, but the homeowner is going into that purchase with their eyes wide open, and so that's their choice when they're kind of the buyer beware concept. Now, I don't want people who have already paid the development impact fees because they paid a certain amount for their home to have to then finance additional new capital expenditures as a result of new development taking place. Because, frankly, my experience has been, and I think when we've all walked precincts, we'll run across people who want to, close the city gates as soon as they've moved into the city of Clovis. And they don't want any more development. So, in my view, the question's always going to be in my mind, okay, no growth Clovis, what does that look like, and how much more are people going to have to spend? Because we already have some outstanding debt that needs to be paid for. We've got, pro-growth, like even more growth, even though we were the second fastest growing community in the state of California, some people who just want to grow at a hyper speed, and I think generally those are going to be the people who can make some pretty good money as a result of the city of Clovis growing, and sometimes that's the developers who do that. And then this medium position, which I think is where we have hung out, which is, okay, new development pays its own way. We're not going to make the older folks who've already paid for the development impact fees finance this, this new growth. And so that's kind of where we have been in the past. I think your point, though, related to, well, what happens when some of the facilities or the infrastructure starts to wear out? Who's supposed to pay for that? At that point, it's like, yeah, we probably need to figure out what does that look like, who's going to be paying for that. And, you know, I don't want it to just to be semantics, because I think that you guys have been very open and honest in your presentation related to, hey, we're going to be looking at this increase in order to keep our, you know, revenue to debt ratio where the bond issuers want it. I don't know exactly what that looks like for maintenance and replacement of some of that major infrastructure, because I think that everybody has to pay for some of that, which is, I think, what Lynn was pointing to a little bit. But just know that there are people in the city of Clovis who don't want the Clovis to grow anymore. It's already too big. We should have stopped growing as soon as they moved into town, kind of perspective, you know? So that's what we're kind of up against from a policy perspective.
So what I'm hearing Lyndon saying, and maybe with your question, Mong, is that, and then your challenge is that what you need, that 120% to secure the loans, is to sharpen our pencils so we can show those naysayers that this money in the bank will be for replacement of the infrastructure as it ages, but it'll be a twofer. One, it will help us bond easier when we need it, and two, when the time comes to upgrade or update our facilities, the money will be there also. So to expect that it'll be returned to you is a false expectation, because we may need it to upgrade, update, renovate, or do whatever we need to do for our infrastructure. So, you know, so I think, Lynn, you were right.
Okay, and then another strategy that we briefly looked into and we're going to continue to entertain is a development impact fee surcharge for growth areas. And I think this is maybe where Councilmember Whalen was kind of going, where you have growth projected in this northwest and northeast growth areas, and perhaps they pick up additional costs. There are some potential challenges with that, with the way development impact fees work, and so there's some hurdles that we would potentially have to work through in order to implement something like that. Ultimately, we're going to continue to look into the additional measures, and we will be monitoring the system. We'll be tracking it closely and making changes as growth continues or declines, and updating the model to match those trends. Mike?
Okay, so reimbursement practice. As we've discussed, when there is a revenue shortfall, the debt must be covered by the ratepayers. That's how the debt is backed up with our bond covenants. And once again, about $15 million is currently owed to the ratepayer fund. Under current reimbursement practice, developers who construct capacity projects over and above their project obligation are paid back from the impact fee proceeds on a first-come, first-served basis.
Mike, can I interrupt and
Sure.
ask? I'm interested in hearing Councilmember Whalen's interpretation of that first point then. So do you also interpret that as current ratepayers are paying for development because there's a shortfall and now it falls on the rest of us when it should have been handled by the
That was a difficult pill for me to swallow,
Okay.
that first one. But we agreed to do it knowing that that second bullet point was in place. That at some point, the people who are making up for that revenue shortfall are going to get their money back. It's not a perfect system in place, because sometimes people move out of the city of Clovis and they've already contributed to it and they're not going to get it back. The person who moved into that place is going to get it back. So, but I get the financing of it. We have to do that, and we hit this, this recession, which was unexpected, and this was the way that we decided to kind of make ends meet by borrowing from the ratepayer and promising to pay them back when we start to see some of these over 1,000 units per year
start to kick in again.
Sorry to interrupt that, Mike. Thank you, Councilman Whalen.
No problem. So in effect, because of the amount that has been borrowed from the users, so to speak, under that past practice, the ratepayer fund is currently the first in line to be reimbursed. So this is a situation the city hasn't been in before, and under this scenarios, any developers going forward that put in new infrastructure that is probably going to be over and above their fee obligation would have to wait for that $15 million to be paid back in order for them to get repaid. So using developers to actually install infrastructure with some promise of getting reimbursed in a timely manner has been very effective way for us to get infrastructure constructed. I think that untimely reimbursement has the potential to impede construction like that and may make many developers' projects infeasible, which ultimately could result in slowing down development itself. If development is slowed enough, dependence on the ratepayer accounts becomes a factor once again.
Mike, can I ask you a question? Sorry.
Sure.
So under the third bullet, reimbursement priority, those two sentences in my mind can't mutually live at the same time? So you're saying under our current practice, we pay developers back first, and ratepayers are effectively first in line. So ratepayer is like a me, right? Us, or we are all ratepayers.
So the ratepayers have made that investment. They have basically put out a loan in place of developers for that fee. So they are now a developer in line for reimbursement, so to speak.
But
they are first in line.
The first dash is that developers are paid first in, first repaid.
Right.
But the second one says to me that really ratepayers are first in line. So
those aren't the same. In this case, I'm saying that the ratepayers are acting as a developer. They are the first in line because they have made the first capital expense.
So you're saying we're paying back our ratepayers, and the developers are standing in line behind the ratepayers. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm trying to say is under the current policy, or the current practice, I should say, anybody that invests in infrastructure is entitled to be reimbursed from developer fees. In this case, the ratepayers are the ones, instead of a developer, that have made that investment, so they're effectively the first in line. The policy is that developers get paid first. We haven't had a case before where now the ratepayers are participating in that cost as well. So under that, if we followed that same policy and called the ratepayers developers, for lack of a better term, they would be first in line.
So keep going. I'm not with you exactly, but keep going.
Go ahead, Drew.
I do have a question. In the event that a developer puts out money and then he or she goes under, what happens with the money that it's owed? Does it go to a bankruptcy settlement? What happens with that?
As long as that developer exists, they would be owed the money. We would have to cross that legal bridge when we get to it if we ever have somebody that is insolvent.
I can see a situation where someone puts out a very sizable amount of money waiting on reimbursement, and the money goes to the ratepayers, and some financial catastrophe occurs, like in 2006, and they're sitting there going insolvent because of the money that's owed them. I guess it's a hypothetical, but I think there needs to be a fairness quotient to the development community that's putting out the money and taking the risk. So I just throwing that out there.
So I hope I'm being clear on what I'm trying to say is that the current development policy says the first person to spend the money is the first person to get paid back. In this case, the ratepayers are the first ones to spend the money to the tune of about $15 million. So if we followed our policy to the T, they would be reimbursed the entire $15 million before the next developer in line would get paid. Just the fact that the expense has been incurred ahead of them.
I think that's where I'm a little confused.
Yeah.
Help me.
Mike, was there a one-time when that 15 million expense occur, or has it been cumulative?
It has been accumulating over time, but at this point in time, there's 15 million owed to the user accounts.
So so if it were one time, I'd understand what you're saying, but if it's been accumulating over time, so shouldn't because the way the developer community does it is they come in, they pay their fee, developer A does it here, developer here, C, D, E, F, and G.
Yeah.
And then all along, the ratepayer's been doing it here, 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 here. So shouldn't they be getting in line too? Now you're saying that all 15 million is being paid, and you're not getting them in line. You're putting them up front.
No, they're getting in line when the debt is incurred. Nobody else is in line right now.
There's nobody in line.
There's nobody in line.
So if I can try to put it maybe a little differently. So don't think of it as developer gets paid first, ratepayer gets paid. Oldest debt gets paid first, okay? There are no outstanding reimbursements except the debt to the ratepayer at this time. So that's the oldest debt. Correct. Going forward, especially as we start developing in the Northwest and some of the infrastructure that you saw that they showed you, there's going to have to be some significant investments by developers into infrastructure. They typically put it in, and then they get in line for reimbursement. So under our current policy, that would be the second oldest debt. But they would not collect a dime of that reimbursement until the oldest debt, which is the 15 million to the users, was paid off. So that could have a profound impact on the feasibility of a project. You know, it's one thing to say, okay, I'm going to put in this project, I'm going to spend this much money on infrastructure, and I'm going to get reimbursed in a year or two or less, maybe, ideally. It makes it a lot more feasible. If the pro forma is, well, I'm going to put this infrastructure in, and it may be 15 years before I get reimbursed for it, that changes everything. That changes the feasibility of the project. It certainly impacts their financing. So that's the situation we're at. We've never had this before because when, you know, prior to the users incurring this debt or paying this debt, it was only developers that were in line in front of or behind each other. This is a completely different situation, and that's why we're seeking some policy direction because, you know, our past practice has always been oldest debt gets paid first. But that's going to have a profound impact, or could have a profound impact on development going forward when you come to some of these expensive investments that are necessary.
That makes sense to me. The word oldest, I think, is different than sort of first in line. That was where I got. That makes sense.
So we've heard presentations related to the amount of units that we're expecting to have come into the city of Clovis on an annual basis. It's unpredictable. It changes. We've had 1,000 units, I guess, last year, and we're expecting 800. So what kind of revenue expectation do we have for the Major Facilities Fund at 800 coming in per year? Anybody know?
So if we sustain 800 a year, that is about what the debt is. That'd
be about 15 million.
Mm-hmm. No, it would be the annual debt, which is about 7 million per year currently. So,
I see.
So we have just enough to pay the current debt payments at 800 units.
All right.
And that's growing as we do construction cost index increases, and it fluctuates up and down, as you know.
Okay, thanks.
Help me understand the payment then with just the current scenario. So if it's 800, the developer must have paid some for the fees. do they now get in line behind this 15 and then,
So when developers pay fees, that's considered their fair share contribution towards
Okay.
the system, and they're square at that point.
okay.
Yeah.
So they're not in line yet because they haven't invested into
If they have to build something beyond that obligation,
Okay.
then they would be eligible for reimbursement.
And and then so back to Councilman Whalen's point is, we want them to pay that. And if they do, then they're gonna fall behind the ratepayers, is what current policy is.
The way that I've understood what you've just described related to the revenue coming in is that if, there's, we'll say, 7 million that comes in major impact fees per year. If I'm a developer, and I'm putting in my major facilities fees, I should not expect to get any of that money back, or reimbursed until 2 years from now. Now, I don't know if that's a correct interpretation of what you've described, but that's the way that I took it, so I want to get that clarified.
So, no, so a developer is responsible for paying their fair share of the cost of the infrastructure. They get reimbursed nothing for that contribution. That's their share.
So what is, when we've talked about major facilities fees, we've also said that it's their fair share to pay the capital costs associated with new development. And so those development impact fees are designed to pay for that capital infrastructure. So are you saying that the development impact fees are more than their fair share?
No, the development fees are designed to be exactly their fair share. So if they pay their $8,000 per unit or whatever the current fee rate is, they've paid their fair share of the system, and they have no more obligation. They receive nothing back. That's their contribution.
I see. Okay, all right.
If I can give you an example.
Yes,
also,
please.
if you take a look at the map up there, say the green plumbing right there, and it's got estimated to be $8 million. Say a major developer came in and was required to build the entire $8 million worth to get it to work. But they're only going to use their fair share, which is $4 million, so that they would be eligible for reimbursement of $4 million as development occurs.
I see. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Because sometimes as development takes place, they have to do more than their fair share in order to get the infrastructure to their particular development. And we've seen that in some of the areas, I'm thinking of Woodside for some reason, related to the...
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, Dry Creek Preserve. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I think we summed up the issues with not having the developer's ability to be reimbursed if they install major infrastructure beyond their fair share. So staff currently is recommending a practice going forward that basically establishes a reimbursement priority, and that priority would be as I've listed on the slide, which is that the first priority is to pay, to make the debt payments. Second priority is going to be funding of needed projects. Sometimes we have some projects that we might have to participate with the city of Fresno for the regional plant. The third priority would be to reimburse developers who install facilities above their obligation or fair share, and then the fourth priority would be to the enterprise fund or the ratepayers. And I would also note that as we move forward in this 20-year horizon, and we get to the point where we're in a position now to issue new debt so that we can fund the next set of infrastructures, I think it would be staff's intent to include the $15 million repayment in that new debt, so that we can make the enterprise fund, at least for that point in time, whole again with no debt, and move forward from there.
So what assurances can we have, though, that the ratepayers won't ever have to, once again, pay the funds that they paid last time we were in a recession, because it seems like we don't have any assurances of that. And I mean, and so it seems like this may be an ongoing issue.
I think you're right, yes. As long as the development pace falls below the level of our annual debt payments, that's going to be an issue, yes.
Well, I'm gonna.
I was enthralled, Bob. Go ahead and continue. I realize that this is probably a larger question, but several council members, I know Jose and I went to Madera Ranchos, and they have smaller facilities that process their wastewater and are able to use it for purple pipe, direct injection into the water table, and you wouldn't have to spend $8 million on a DeWolf trunk line. You probably wouldn't have to spend $35 to $50 million on a wastewater treatment plant. At what point does that become part of a discussion about, because that would reduce if the developer's building the structure, the wastewater plant, it's not a prevailing wage job, so that'll reduce it at least 35%. And if you make satellite plants where you're not transporting the effluent for miles, then you reduce the amount of breakage potential that you have. And you're able to utilize, as I understand, the flow of the water in that area. If we were to be able to percolate it in, it would get into the water table and potentially resolve some of our Dry Creek Preserve water issues. I mean, at what point does that discussion come in as an alternative?
You're going to chime in, Luke? Our master plan was designed, and a lot of investment was put into the initial outlay for the treatment plant that we have today. And the system, the plumbing was designed for that plant. Now that we've made that investment, the sort of modular additions to that plant and the trunk systems, I think, are the most economical way to serve the existing general plan area that we have. Now, when we move up north of Copper or into some other areas, then what you're suggesting is probably a viable solution, because we're not going to physically have the ability to plumb the system to an existing plant unless we pump it, and the pipes aren't sized for it. There are a lot of things that would have to happen for us to get it to the existing plant. So that might be a viable solution. But we're in this far, and I think from this point going forward, the most economical is to finish the system off that we've started.
I guess I look at it from things change. And in 2008, that was the right thing, and maybe the technology for these smaller sewage treatment plants wasn't particularly good at that point. I mean, I see this as not waiting until we get north of Copper, I mean, between north of Shepherd, and utilizing we have existing canals up there that we can, because right now we put reclaimed water into the irrigation canals, correct?
We put, I'm sorry?
To Fancher Creek, yes, that's correct.
And so we could do that up there in a smaller way. Any of our landscape maintenance areas would all be per pipe.
So the master plan, so there's a recycled water master plan as well that goes with the wastewater master plan. And these areas that we're discussing, the northwest, northeast, already do have plans for recycled water and to use reclaimed water in those areas for irrigation.
But that requires the DeWolf trunk line, correct? I mean, we
Yes,
got to get it up there. And
What-
that's an $8 million, I'm just wondering if we can, we just need to be open to the alternative of smaller facilities taking care of the same problem, and then we reduce maintenance, we reduce costs, the ratepayers won't be paying as much, the developers are gonna take on the burden of building these smaller facilities, and then who maintains them after that? Is that a city thing? Do they pay, you know, because obviously there'll be a cost to the city and the taxpayers there, but the person putting out the money on those plants gets a direct benefit because they're not having to share a $8 million trunk line and a $35 to $50 million plant upgrade. Eventually, we're gonna have to have this conversation, but we need to be open to that potential.
So go back to your slides. That new debt service will be to do what? What do we buy with the new debt? There'll be new,
Go back to the map with the colored,
what's that?
that shows the colored, trunk mains, and that one, yeah. So that's what we're buying. We're buying,
We're just buying pipe?
we're buying a pump station for that yellow, and I think 3 or 4 miles of pipe there. Those are double force mains.
So we're buying pipe there,
And then the green is additional pipe. That's a large trunk main.
the Wolf trunk sewer
Yes.
and plant expansion.
And the plant expansion is the next.
And how many MGDs there?
That'll be another 2.8.
2.8. What do we have now?
2.8.
So we're gonna double the size.
Right.
So if we didn't have the DeWolf trunks or trunk line, how much capacity do we have now? How many more units could we? How many MGDs do we have now?
Do you have that answer?
At our existing plant.
At our plant? I don't know in terms of units how much more capacity we have, but,
So this debt service is to expand the plant that requires more piping to go from way up north all the way south, and then the purple pipe has to go the same route backwards, uphill. And then what Councilmember Benzer is saying, well, there's now newer technology that can place modular sewer plants up north where it's closer to the development. Why isn't that an option or an alternative I see $20 million for the plant expansion, which is the lion's share of the cost, or at least half of the cost.
So, if I may, our master plan is planned for most efficiency at full build-out. And it's operational efficiency, long-term cost. It's the idea of satellite plants is not necessarily a new technology. It's smaller plants. They can be modularized to serve various sizes. The problem is, though, and we're kind of talking a couple different things. Are we talking about that being a city treatment plant up there, or is it a complete privatization of the wastewater system? Because that's a big difference. Because if you're talking about having scattered modular plants to serve areas, that becomes much more expensive as an operational cost. Because now I can run, a 9 million gallon per day plant without a lot more people than it takes to run a 2 million gallon a day plant. So when I start scattering them, I need to go through multiple permitting processes, multiple land acquisitions, and multiple operations forever, and that's a forever cost. So it can turn into a trade-off between initial cost and long-term cost. Our master plan was based on long-term costs as the most efficient approach. I have not seen anything that shows that a different strategy is going to be a reduced long-term cost. It can be a reduced short-term cost, but it would really take a complete redo of the master plan to really evaluate that. That's an expensive proposition, because if we put a plant in one area, let's say we put it in the northwest, so then they don't need to put in that other pipe. Well, that's great, but now I've got the operational cost of that plant forever, and that's an expensive proposition. Operating and permitting a plant is not, that's an ongoing cost. Paul can tell you what we pay a year to operate our plant. What is it, Paul?
Off the top of my head, about, is it 2.5 million, roughly?
So it's 2.5 million a year just to operate that one plant. Now, when we expand it by doubling the capacity, it's not going to go up necessarily by a double factor. You start to, realize some economies of scale. Your power will go up proportionately, but your land doesn't go up anymore, and your staffing goes up very little because of the way these plants are run. So we would have to really look at a complete evaluation of changing our plan before we could see that in the long run, is it more feasible to have satellite plants than to continue with a single point of service as long as possible. So we are open to it, but as yet I have not seen anything that shows long-term costs are less.
Mike, the current fees that have been, I guess, equally distributed to the number of units that are projected is for full build-out or just the current build-out?
It's for the full build-out of the entire system, yes.
So in other words, if we went with what Councilmember Bessinger also as an option, would it have meant that those who paid earlier didn't pay they underpaid, overpaid? Because they didn't really pay for the full build-out. They built their portion only, and we never got to full.
We would have to study that.
Oh, okay.
Like Luke said, we'd have to reimagine how the master plan is put together and calculate all that and see where we fall.
Okay. And in today's presentation, I didn't see what was discussed as one of the options, so that's not.
No, we didn't anticipate there would be a discussion of doing a different master plan, and
okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
There would be wastewater plants require a lot of regulatory permitting too, and depending, you mentioned discharge into creeks, or if they're waters of the U.S. and it requires an MPDS permit or hard to acquire from the state, and we already have that with the existing plant.
So we discharge to Fancher, and we have an alternate.
We have, so our first priority is used for irrigation, then we discharge to Fancher, then we also have a second northern discharge
And
point
that's taken how many years to get all that done?
It's taken quite a few years, yes. We're still working on the northern discharge. There's still
And that's still not really done.
We're getting close, 12.
I guess, I think it's, Mike, you said it might be in an area, maybe it would make sense in some parts of, maybe, eventually. I think that isn't the question tonight, because I think that is a fundamental question. And all I'm hearing right this minute is Harry saying, why don't you give away the landfill? You'll never get it back. Why don't you give away garbage? You'll never get it back. I think the question is, what's the role of our city? So that, to me, is the fundamental question. The county, the Madera County, I think those are awesome. Valley Children's has their own as well. But out in the county where there wasn't any infrastructure, I think that's a little different. I think we can find areas where it might make sense. Like it might make sense in the Northeast, which is sort of on the edge of our master plan, maybe the least developed, so maybe that. But I think there's the questions about long-term, are we going to get out of the sewer water business? We could as a city, and I think that's a big question. I don't think that's a question tonight, but I think that's, I think it's possible the answer could be yes. But I just think we have to be careful and measured in, if we have 6 privately operated sewer treatment plants around the city of Clovis, each owned by someone else and operated by somebody else, I'm not sure that's what we want either. So I'm not sure we can get there tonight. I think it's the right question to ask, though, like, what else could this look like?
We also have the experience of some of us too, of citing the one we do have today, where we had a promise to the public that you won't see it, you won't hear it, you won't smell it.
And they did.
And we filled the memorial building
Oh, no,
and then
that's
with
true.
a lot of hateful people.
And I think your point is correct, Len. If we had 5 satellite treatment plants and 2 of them failed because they went under, it's our responsibility to step in and fix that, and we wouldn't have, it would be an unfunded liability, and, I mean, there's a lot of different things out there, but I'm thinking if I'm a developer and it's on me to pay the $8 million to hook up down
No, I think that's.
down DeWolf, and I'm now have to wait in line behind, I don't know how many other people to get my money. I mean, that's the risk you take when you do development. If you don't want to do that, maybe you're in the wrong business, but it is a business, and so you have to make sure that they get paid at a reasonable time, which is obviously what we're talking about here tonight.
I think it's the right question to ask. I just don't think that's the question staff came tonight to ask. But I also think, I guess I would say, if we have 5 satellite plants around the city of Clovis, is it our job if they fail? I don't know. It might be the developer's job, and then all those neighbors are going to have no sewer and water, and we hope that works out for them. Exactly. So, I mean, I think it's a complicated question. I think it's the right question to ask. And I think maybe the answer is somewhere in the middle of all that, but that isn't the question you all came here tonight to talk about. I think it's good to get it in the mix, but it is,
But even a modular system,
complicated.
I would say it would have to be part of the overall Clovis master plan and a redundancy. It would have to be Clovis owned and operated. If I were still a council member 20 years from now or whatever, it would take.
I don't plan to be here in 2035, so I really don't know
But
what will happen.
it would have to
Literally,
be
I don't plan to be here. No, I'm just kidding.
if we didn't find another solution.
Yeah, I think it's definitely worth it.
It would have, I mean, I would come back as this 90-year-old man telling the council to make it their own.
Yeah, well, yeah. All right, back to your question for tonight, which is what?
But I do want to say that I agree with council members Flores and Bessinger that staff does need to see if that is a viable option. I mean, if it's something in which there's no debt service, it's something in which the city can own and operate pretty efficiently, and or if there's a good cost benefit to us, okay, present that as also an option. And so I think that's something that I think, at least I am very open to hearing what that is as well. So.
And as I understand it, the northern terminus project, part of this, will address, because that's a very percolating area, what I understand. So if we were to increase the size of our existing plant, run our northern pipe up further, and then it goes into the Big Dry Creek area,
Yeah, it goes into the Big Dry Creek diversion, and that's just a discharge. When we can't use all the water, that's where the water would go, down that diversion and ultimately into the San Joaquin.
But we would be increasing our capacity by almost double. So we pretty much would be assured that we would be utilizing that, putting that into the aquifer further up so it percolates down, and it will address the pumping
With the
and
current,
take care of our Sigma issues.
the current system, so yes, so we have, everything's designed for 8.4 MGD ultimately, and so we can discharge when it's not being used for recycled water at either Fancher or the northern discharge, and you're absolutely right, that will percolate into the ground and replenish the aquifer.
I'm just gonna withdraw this conversation because we're not here to talk about that.
Exactly.
We're here to talk about who gets paid and when.
So I know that this is a workshop for us, but I know that my expectation is that people in the public want to comment. I mean, I've got my view, and maybe I can be pushed off of my view, by some of the public comments?
Well, actually, it's your view that kind of puts the challenge to what.
Yeah, I think the burden of proof is on the people who want to change how we've been doing it. And my view is that my view is the ratepayers are supposed to be paid.
No, I think the burden of proof is on the minority. So it's always count to three, Councilmember Whalen. Anyway, I agree, but I do agree with what you're saying. Can we take a break and let the public speak?
Please.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to open it to the public before it gets to be 10 o'clock or later.
You don't even know if they're still awake.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Dirk Puschel, and my business address is 923 Van Ness in Fresno. And I'm here on behalf of the Consortium of Property Owners in the Northeast Group area. We don't want to get into details this evening, but we appreciate very much the idea that there are other options. And if we just used farm math, if you will, there's probably $20 million in numbers that were generated some 6 or 7 years ago that is an impediment to the development of the Northeast area, which is your biggest job generating area. We also know that technology changes. And again, rather than getting into a bunch of details, let's just look back at not that long ago, the federal government and state government allowed us to produce secondary treated water. We're now into tertiary treated water and in evolutions of the treatment of tertiary treated water so that it's much cleaner. We're approaching drinkable standards because, as you've heard all night long, the standards continue to get tougher. It wasn't that long ago when we didn't have purple pipe. That was a new concept as well. So as technology continues to become available, it seems to us that we ought to at least take a look at it and say, how would it help us? How can we take advantage of that? There's without a doubt that these packaged plants can produce a cleaner product and they can create a more environmentally superior product by recharging in this area that we know through specific tests is probably the most conducive to groundwater recharge in the whole area. Getting to Bob's point about who pays and who doesn't pay existing customers, I think it's very complicated and it's a serious question because people ask, why should I pay? I've lived here since the 50s or 60s. But again, some years the council didn't charge rate, have rate increases. So there was a subsidy. There were times where technology changed. So let's say in 1970 we went to tertiary treatment, or 75 or 80. It doesn't matter what year it was. There's a point that certain people had the advantage of having a lesser treatment, and then the people that came after them had the more advanced treatment. But the advanced treatment was paid for by the new development. So it's very complicated. We went through this at Quail Lake. We actually hired an urban economist at Purdue University, and it's quite complicated. It's nothing we can get into tonight, but we just ask that the council have an open mind. And we think that we can bring to you people who are experts in this field. We certainly appreciate the need that the council and the city would run this facility. There has to be protections. There has to be licensed people running it. But we just like to have the council have an open mind, and we thank you for that.
Questions for Mr. Puschel?
Dirk, I don't know if you were avoiding Bob's question. At what point in the line when people are getting paid does the development community expect to be standing?
I think their priority is probably accurate as they've identified here in the list. I think that's been the traditional methodology, if you will. But it's a harsh world, Councilmember Bessinger, because in our particular case, there's 4 property owners that own 85% of the property out there. And for example, the DeWolf alignment, there's not even a right-of-way. So when you add the $8 million for the pipeline and then the millions of dollars for the right-of-way and the time that it takes to acquire the right-of-way, you could be a long ways from having one home built. And that one home, if you can just add in those costs, you're talking $20 million for the first home. Now, we hope we can have other homes and industry and all those kinds of things up, but that's the kind of cash flow problem that this plan presents to the Northeast area.
But where do you want to be in the line when
Well, if the world was perfect.
when the city checks out their checkbook,
Yeah.
what seat do you have?
I think he went to law school too.
Yeah.
It depends, is what I heard.
Yeah, I think that if we were able to front load our own treatment facility, it was specifically designed, we pay for that as well. But I think under this system, the system that the city's been using for some time, it looks like this is the way it's always been. It's not, if the world was perfect, we'd be paid immediately, but that isn't how it works. Sometimes you wait and wait and wait. Sometimes you never get paid.
Yeah, that's true. Any more questions for Dirk?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Asked and answered.
Anyone else?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is David Horn. I'm with Yamabe and Horn Engineering. Our address is 2985 North Burrell. And we've been working with Dirk on the same project. And we were asked to just analyze the master plan, analyze what it's going to take to get utilities up to the area that's already been expanded. So it's in the sphere, it's ready to be developed, and nobody can develop. And so for tonight's discussion, some of my notes, and I know where Mike's coming up with some of those numbers, I would challenge maybe if you're trying to accomplish adding this debt for those capital improvement projects to help get development started, you're not there yet. The recycled water master plan needs to be looked at. In order for the development to start, there's a pump station in the existing Harlan Ranch area that's going to be required. There's piping that has to come across 168. I would say that should be included as well. And then a portion of the Northeast service area is dependent upon a trunk line that goes down Herndon and then comes up through the Endark property that's not in the sphere. So there's another $10 to $12 million of infrastructure that's needed to allow a portion of that sphere to even start development. So the numbers that you're looking at tonight and looking at reimbursement, and if you're trying to finance that, I guess, as a city to pay for that, if that's your objective, I think there's some more money that you're missing in order to meet that objective. So I think for that discussion tonight, the reimbursement, putting money together to do that, I don't think you're quite there yet, at least from the numbers that I was looking at. And
and that'd be in the order of what? Another 20 million, what did you say?
10 to 12 for the capital improvement projects. There's 3 of them that are in the master plan. The numbers are all there. I was just using the numbers in the city's master plan. But it goes down Herndon, it comes up from Herndon. There's a portion of the Northeast, that southeast portion of that service area does not go to DeWolf. It goes south to Herndon over to DeWolf. So if that's the objective, then I would challenge maybe that needs to be included. As far as the satellite plant, from an engineer standpoint, it's been 20 years since that master plan was started. So you did the master plan back before you even asked for the money, before you even designed it. So 20 years has passed. And sitting here listening to the discussion of the money and all of it that has to be done, I think the first question that should have been asked is this still the best option? Is this what how the city should be moving forward? And maybe it is. I've spent a lot of time looking at it, and it is hard to come up with a different way. But in all of the master plan, I didn't see it at all discussed that was looked at. And maybe it was, but it wasn't in the master plan. Technology is better. One big plant, there are pros and cons to that. And I think from my point of view, at least tonight, looking at the maps, looking at the service areas, I think you're at a crossroads. I think this is the time to look at that option. If you don't do it now, then yeah, it will not be the best option. But if you don't look at it now, maybe you've missed the point where it becomes the most efficient option for the long term. And I think, like Luke said, I agree that we don't want to get to a point where you don't have the infrastructure available for development. You're already there. You don't have the infrastructure ready for development. So I think, at least from an engineer standpoint, it's hard to help the developers without that facility. But anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions?
I just want to say on a personal note, I haven't seen your father in a long, long time, but I'm having this flashback like how old I am because, I don't know, you probably like were 8 when he started coming to the Planning Commission in 1989, so I'm just sorry I'm having a personal flashback. So,
that's fine.
Is your father well?
Yes, they're both well.
Would you,
Still working.
Would you
we won't let him retire is the problem, so.
Give him our regards, but when you said your name, I thought, oh my Lord in heaven, because I think you were 8, but.
Yes.
Okay, I'm done now. Thank you. Thanks for reminding me that I'm not 40 anymore. Thanks for your comment.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public here at the chamber? No? On the web?
Yes, we have one, Mr. Mike Prandini.
Okay.
Mike, you're unmuted.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. Mike Prandini, representing the Building Industry Association. Listened to all the discussion. We concur with the staff recommendation for the reimbursement priority. However, as there was discussion on alternatives, I agree with Mike and Luke that if you're going to do something different, you're going to have to redo the master plan to determine what is the best approach. And that's going to take time. And in the interim, you've got development needs to proceed north of Shepherd. In fact, Lennar has put in a significant project on Shepherd Avenue as part of that sewer force main. So you're going to have to figure out, number one, how to reimburse them because they built it according to the standard, to the master plan. So you're going to have to take make some tough decisions as to how you want to proceed with developing a whole new master plan to see if that is the most economical way to go. As Luke indicated, at right this point, he has not seen anything that would justify changing the master plan because you're trading short-term gain for long-term cost. And he's looking at the long-term cost, not the short-term cost. And we concur with that because in the long run, the development community and the last 1,000 units in are going to be paying a considerable amount of more money if you make the wrong decision today. So redoing the master plan is going to take some time. But in the interim, you need to keep building. If you don't, you get back into the situation and you're going to continue to add to that $15 million debt that the development community and new residents that are going to be coming in owe to the users. So you've got to make some accommodations for current growth in order to keep meeting your debt obligation on an annual basis. Now, as you get above the 800 units, that money then can be used to pay back the development community. In this case, I believe the first one would be, in the near future, would be Lennar, since they put in a section of that force main in Shepherd. So they will be coming to the city to stand in line for reimbursement. Now, if they had to wait behind the 15 million, they may have said, it's not worth doing that project north of Herndon that they're working on right now. So those are the issues that are caused by switching gears and switching directions on this project. So I encourage you to follow this recommendation And then if you need an additional workshop, additional discussion, then the development community needs to be involved in that discussion at the staff level to find out, number one, how long is it going to take to redesign the system? And what advantages and disadvantages are needed to be included in that analysis as to which would be the best way to go. Now, some years ago, the decision was made that this was the best way to go. Now, is it still the best way to go? I'm not an engineer, I don't know. But it's going to take a lot of engineering to figure it out, and a lot of cost estimates to figure out, is this methodology or this master plan you currently have, which was only done a few years ago, is that the best route? So that's all we're saying is take some time, but in the interim, you've got to do something. You can't just say, okay, we're going to do a master plan and nothing gets done until that's completed. That's not an option. Because if that occurs, then your only project you're going to have in the north is the Lennar project, and that's not going to serve anybody's interest. Any questions?
Questions for Mike? I don't see any. Thank you.
We have one more, Paul McGarry. Paul, you're unmuted.
Thank you, councilors. My name is Paul McGarry, and I live at 4012 Trenton Avenue in Clovis. And I am, I agree with the previous speaker. I think that this is the juncture at which to really take a long, hard look at the master plan. And my understanding is it is being revisited in the near future. But I think that this is raising issues of long-term growth and the long-term future of Clovis. But that doesn't solve your immediate short-term issue, which is how to equitably apportion the burden of the cost of the sewage improvements. It seems to me that one possibility would be looking at the staff recommendation to hold the first and second priorities in place and then divide the reimbursement to developers and to the enterprise fund on a proportional basis. And what that proportion might be, I don't know, but say in any given year, 60% of the reimbursement might go to the ratepayers and 40% to the developers, or vice versa. I'm pretty sure you could come up with a method of determining how best to apportion that rebate. And that's really all I had to say. I think that you don't want to just flip the system on its head, but I do think there may be a way to more equitably share the burden of the cost of the improvements. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. That's it?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. And
Nobody else.
Correspondence. Anyway, we'll bring it back up to the council.
I liked what Mike had to say. You meet the 800 and anything after that, that's when the development community gets in line, or, you know, the 60-40 split. I think it's reasonable. The taxpayers should be the first people because they put out the money. But the people who put out the capital to actually do the project that's being done, they need to get some type of remuneration. 60-40, I mean, that sounds reasonable to me. What do you guys think?
Did our finance department do any of its wizardry as far as suggesting some kind of, like the last caller said, equitable distribution of or repayment of the debt? Because if we hold true to our methodology, I mean, to have 15 million out there, that has to be paid first. And we hear testimony that says that there might be other infrastructure that will also has to be brought in. So by the time to even get started, even the numbers presented by staff here today might be a little.
So my understanding, and Mike, jump in if I'm wrong, is staff's recommendation is, the first priority goes to our annual debt service. And that's 800 units worth right there. Anything above that, we're recommending goes to building some projects, the city building some of these projects that give us some additional capacity. And then what isn't needed for that goes to reimbursing the developers. And then fourth priority goes to the ratepayers. That's staff's recommendation. My understanding is that we probably would not be paying back any of the ratepayers before 2035, 2039, whenever we rebond it. That that we're having to stretch the funds just to get the improvements and the reimbursements done to continue the process until then. Am I correct, Mike?
Yes, that's right. And as far as the additional infrastructure, the focus of this discussion was on the sewer fund and the sewer major facilities and those alone. The other components that were mentioned, such as the recycled water system that needs to be built, that's a different fund and a different discussion.
Mike, is priority 2 also new? That's something we've never done? Or is that pretty standard where that payment?
I'm going to let Paul answer that because we have an obligation with the city of Fresno where we have a certain amount of capital improvements that we need to participate with them on a year-to-year basis.
Yeah, so I think the funding of needed projects includes two different types of projects: the capital projects that Mike has discussed, and then also the projects that Luke had mentioned as far as interim projects that are needed. And that would become part of that second priority, is to fund that $5 million of projects in order to increase the capacity in those service areas. As far as if that was how it was done in the past, Mike, is that, so we didn't have the bond debt really, but you would be collecting enough fees to pay for projects, and then developers constructing some major facilities, and then you'd reimburse them back as long as there were excess funds in the fund balance. So I guess that wasn't really part, I'm thinking it through, sorry, but I guess that wasn't really part as far as a priority set. As there was funding available, you would fund projects, but as soon as if there was fund in the fund balance, a developer would be reimbursed. Is that correct?
So in the past, we haven't run into this problem where we just don't have the capacity to issue additional debt when we need the new improvements. We've always been able to do that in the past, and with that construction of that treatment plant and the fact that development slowed down right after that, we are not going to be in a position to incur more debt until 2039 or so, maybe earlier, depending on how we position ourselves getting up to that time.
Yeah, I feel like number 2 can be unpredictable because it can be a $20 million project or a $200,000. That's so unless there's something in which it's clear going, these are the needed projects. Yeah, so that's 25, what,
no,
$50 million?
It's not those projects.
Yeah, so that's
what we did is we said, how can we prolong the life of this plant and the existing infrastructure as long as we can? And we found these projects that would divert flow from the northwest to the Herndon, or from the triangle that we talked about to the Fowler, so that we're sort of spreading it out. Now, those projects cost some money, about $5 million in total, but we would implement those incrementally as they're needed going forward.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
So I got some questions. Is that all right? Okay. So thank you for some of the clarification that just came out as a result of that last question. So the bond debt payment is how much per year?
It varies year to year, but it's around between 6 and 7 million.
Okay, thank you.
In-
And we're able to make that if we build 800, units a year.
I think that's about the threshold, yeah, where
There is a, not, sorry to interrupt, there is a point, 2030 or so, that the bond debt, I think it's about 2030, it will drop to about it'll drop a couple million, and then it'll pick back up towards the end. So there's a 5 or 6 year period where it goes from 6.5, 7 million down to 5.5. Where we probably gain some revenues there from getting 800 units, but then it goes back up.
Do you need the, $5 million for that priority 2 before that 2030 period?
Yes.
Yes.
So when we are able to build more than 800 units, whatever the staff recommendation is, then the additional monies that come in should go towards that extra $5 million in projects as they're ready to be developed, right? Am I tracking everybody
That's
correctly?
right.
Okay.
Yes.
And then, so it's these last 2 priorities where our options are developers first, and they get paid off if they've, extended themselves and paid more than their fair share, or ratepayers first, because they've already extended themselves. They've got $15 million that's owed to them. I think it was presented in the staff report and then also by one of the callers, that there be some kind of a split between the two of them, which is also another option. So my view is that if we go with the idea that we've had in, which I thought we have had in place beyond just development needs to pay its own way, is that the oldest debt gets paid first. The oldest debt presently is the ratepayer debt. So they, under our rules, should be paid first. And then I would say as well that the ratepayers didn't ask to be put in this position. They're not the ones who extended themselves or took the risk in order to have the growth that has taken place. And so I don't think that they should be penalized in any fashion, though they already have been as a result of, fronting the $15 million. But regardless, they didn't ask to be put into this position. And then my view is that the developers, they went into building with their eyes wide open. They knew the risks associated with slowdowns, and that to, extend themselves to pay for something more than their fair share so that they could get into a development or get their development started. I mean, that was a decision that they made knowing the risks associated with that decision. So my view is that our priorities need to be switched on those last 2. I do believe that the ratepayer should be third and then the developers fourth, because it's the ratepayers that have the oldest debt, and frankly, they didn't ask for this. It just fell on them when the economy slowed down. And it was the developers, not that they asked for this, but they were aware of the risks associated with, putting out more than their fair share in order to get that first house built in their new development. So I think that my view is the correct policy that the council should pursue is the one that we have in place already, in my view, which is that the ratepayer should be paid first, and then afterwards, then we can go to the developers. And that at least gives some certainty to the developers. The developers are going to say, okay, well, wait a second. Now I know how much it's going to cost me in order to pay more than my fair share, and I know the risks of the delay in any repayment of more than my fair share, and they need to decide whether they want to continue to take that risk. And if they say no, then they say no. If they say yes, they say yes. But they're going into it with that calculus in mind, and we need to provide some certainty to them in that respect. And that's why I'm glad that you brought this in front of us so that we can provide that certainty to the development community. And frankly, if development slows down to a trickle, I'll be very surprised, because right now you can't build homes fast enough at the prices people are willing to pay for them. Now, I don't know how long that's going to last, but right now, I mean, there's a lot of hay to be made, And I think that, developers are making it, and they're willing to take that risk, at least in the near future, to do that. Meanwhile, we got these ratepayers who never asked for this risk, who have already fronted the money, and they are the oldest debt that should be paid first. So, my suggestion in this workshop, I know that there's no action that needs to be taken, but my suggestion is that we reverse those last two priorities. Ratepayers third, developers fourth.
Drew?
Let me play devil's advocate. If the developers are last and they just, collectively as a group or one of the larger individuals say, yeah, this is too much of a risk, and we don't make our 800 homes, the ratepayers' rates are going to go up. So it's, pay me now, pay me later. I think maybe if we can come up with some type of, make them first at 60% of, and I'm trying to, I forget who it was, Paul, I think, brought that up. Find some way of throwing some funds to the developers so that they can continue reimbursement, so that they can continue to build to make the 800. Now, I think you're right. I think right now, making 800 is not going to be a problem. But we also saw when things, I think we're looking at inflation coming up here pretty soon. Rates will go up, things change. But coming up with some type of something that will keep them invested to build the 800 so that the ratepayers don't go up. I don't know. Bong?
I support the current recommendation from the staff, and I think, Drew, what you said is exactly what I wrote down. Because ultimately, the quickest way for us to get out is for us to build. And the quickest way to do that is how do we incentivize those with the most means to get us out? And that is trying to get those who put in the most get their money back. I understand, a lot of us share the burden, and that's easier. But if one person takes the hit, it's very difficult. I also see that if we really are sticking to our first debt in, I don't know how we get to number two. Second priority. Why are our projects more important than the debt payer? See, so in other words, if we want to be pure, then 4 should be 1, right? They should just get paid because they're the one in debt, or they should be 2 and then 3 should be the projects, and then 4 should be the developers. But I feel that the quickest way, and time, I think, is sort of what I'm looking at, but what makes us whole the quickest is to be able to somehow encourage those who can get us out and make us whole on our bond debt payments and also fund projects, is to keep what the staff has recommended.
Then.
So where'd Luke go? Luke left. Luke decided he was going to fix the water main because it seems a lot better than this. Just kidding. I'm going to go back to public utilities. Okay, so we're just trying to give you some direction tonight. This isn't an action. We're not, right? But we're talking about it. So I feel like there's unintended consequences if we change this order today. I don't think that if developers are in line and we say you have to wait till the 15 million there's something that I don't think we've thought through enough. And I guess we also are assuming that ratepayers got nothing out of the enhanced system. I don't think that's fair. I'm happier that our sewer system is better in Clovis. So we're presuming that the $3 I would get back in 2035 has really any value to me from the dollar that I paid in 2010. I just think that's a little askew. That doesn't make sense to me because we all benefited because the system is better. So I don't think I'm owed anything because the system is better and I've appreciated that. Do you not agree with that? You don't. So I'm just not sure reordering this doesn't seem, we'll never get there tonight, but I feel like we need to keep our bond debt whole. That makes sense to me. I think we as a city, our job is to invest in things that keep our city growing, which is number 2, if that's the pieces we think need to be done. And then I don't think today we say, oh, sorry, we were just kidding, developers. Now you have to wait because your debt is gigantic and my debt is $3. I don't think that seems equitable at all. So I'm good with 1 and 2, and I'm actually fine with 3. And I think at the end of all this, we need to look at what, I already forgot your first name. Oh, Gary's son. I'm good at long-term memories, great. Short-term, no help. I do think the questions about what is the option, and Northeast is a particular maybe opportunity for this alternative way to do water treatment. That's fine. Those are, I think, the questions we need to answer. And we're not going to get there tonight, but I think we need to do a little bit more work on, I'm okay with this order, and I reject the notion that current ratepayers didn't benefit. I do not think it's a dollar for dollar. I don't think that's fair. So anyway, and I think we need to have a additional conversation and some outside folks talking about what might it be like in the Northeast area. I think that's an interesting opportunity that wouldn't alter drastically our master plan, maybe give us a little relief, all of the rest. So that's what I think, it's something in the middle of all that.
Well, I earlier told Councilmember Whalen that it's, the burden of proof is on the minority, and you have to count to 3 and for consensus, and I think I've counted to 3 already, so. I've lost track of counting. It's 3-1 so far, so let me solidify it. 4-1. Yeah, it is distasteful. I know where Bob's head is, but the first priority should always be pay your debt. I mean, that's a value that we all have. And the second priority, yeah, in order to mitigate the issues that arose because of the recession of 06, 7, and 8, we got to do something to correct things, and if it's moving things around, pipes around, to plug them into a better alternative, the second priority does that. And then I concur with my other colleagues here that the third priority should be those that are still risking should get reimbursed first. And because I do concur with Councilmember Ashbeck that we have all benefited from the investment we've all made in this newer system. And when something breaks, we go out and fix it, and it's getting renewed. It doesn't stay stagnant. So for direction, I think you got direction that 4 out of 5. Concur with the recommendation.
So I can go with the consensus of City Council to support staff's recommendation?
Yes. What's the definition of consensus?
With Councilmember Whalen abstaining, or?
Would you define consensus? But you don't need you weren't asking for it wasn't an action item. You were asking for direction. I think. Yeah,
policy direction. I mean, it's a workshop, but we'd still like to get some direction from City Council on staff's recommendation.
So I think you got 4 to 1 to concur with staff's recommendation. And I think there's to come back and keep talking about what options are there. Definitely for our next sewer master plan. I mean, there's technology is changing, so we don't have to do it now. I agree with what Mike Prandini said, that to start today to reinvent what we're doing is not the prudent thing to do. There's all kinds of moving parts that happens when you do all these plans. And so next time around, we make sure that these modular or packet sewer plants are considered, because they might work in some places up there. But I would say that they're city-owned, they're city-run, and they complement, like these funding needed projects will complement what we do, our current system, our network. It would be a network of sewer plants, not standalone, privately owned mishmash of sewer plants.
Thank you, Council.
We're ready for the manager's comments, city manager's comments. Oh, no, it is a workshop. It is a workshop for the city council to conduct a workshop to discuss the impact of ongoing city operations during the COVID-19 state of emergency as declared by the federal government.
So thank you, Mayor. So for the workshop, I'll start out running through the slides. Here's the graphs that I show you every week. You can see this pandemic is rapidly going towards zero, approaching zero. This is the Clovis confirmed cases. Again, there's very good numbers. These are the deaths in Fresno County. Again, very good numbers, trending the right direction. And these are the hospitalizations. So we are well past the point where we are threatening to overwhelm the medical system, and they continue to go down. Unfortunately, vaccines, Fresno County, we have 42.5% of the county residents have at least one dose. Statewide, that number is 66.2. We are still lagging well behind. 34.4% of county residents are fully vaccinated versus 55% for California. Still trying to urge vaccinations. We have links on the webpage. But the important news is that the tier system goes away as of tomorrow. There was some inconsistency between what was happening with the tier system and business opening versus Cal OSHA and employee rules. They seem to be finally on a converging path. Cal OSHA will be meeting on Thursday, is expected to adopt some new rules that say if you're fully vaccinated, you don't have to mask up, you don't have to social distance, except in some extreme situations. The governor, usually when OSHA makes rules, it takes 10 days before they take effect. The governor has stated that he intends to sign an executive order once they adopt these new rules, making them effective immediately. What that means is, to the city, is starting tomorrow, we are taking down we're taking them down tonight, actually, all the signs that say mask required to enter, and it now says, please wear a mask if you're unvaccinated. If you come in without a mask, you are affirming that you have received vaccination, and that's all consistent with the state rules. For this council chamber, we are looking at being able to go back to full capacity, being able to go back to everybody at the big kids table, but some things have to happen, because we can't do that as of tomorrow, because it also relies on the OSHA rules. Because employees have to stay 6 feet apart, have to be masked, et cetera, et cetera. So what we are looking at is we fully expect by this Friday to go have the new OSHA rules. We probably won't be able to implement everything, especially with moving technology, because we're doing things we need to probably be able to continue. Well, we're coming back next Monday asking council for direction. We're expecting you're going to want to continue the WebEx participation even after we're back to full occupancy. So the plan right now is that we will be back Monday in the current format. We may not have masks on. Hopefully we won't have masks on, but we will be here. And we will ask council's pleasure, get some direction, and then by the first meeting in July, which is July 6th, we could get back to a normal council meeting where
Everybody, all the seats are available. Everybody can sit next to each other up there. So we're really looking forward to this, and things are going the right way. So that's my report for the workshop.
Questions for Luke?
Just from the airport is going to be posting vaccination clinics, in the early evening, and I'll have the hours, and I believe it's going to be Johnson & Johnson. So people can drive in, go to short-term parking, go get a shot. People will be able to get their vaccinations at the airport. I'll share that with you, and they're no cost. So I'll let you know. I believe so.
Okay. No more questions for Luke? Anybody on the web?
No.
Anybody in the gallery here? I don't see any. Okay. Now, moving on, city manager's comments?
I've spoken way too much tonight already, so nothing to say.
Okay, let's,
Not on my watch.
Wong, you haven't spoken at all.
I have nothing.
Okay, the other, Ben?
Really fast, I'm gonna miss the meeting on July 12th. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna be out of town on July 12th, and just want to report out on FCTA. The most notable item, which I don't actually have the dollar figure, but the Transportation Authority did vote to take money that was being held as an incentive for the location of the heavy maintenance facility for high-speed rail in Fresno County that really is now morphed into a training center, to take that money out of kind of a reserve for that and give it to the city of Fresno's grade separation project at Blackstone and McKinley. With the thought that in our next Measure C, if we need more high-speed rail or any kind of incentive money or whatever that might be, we could put it in the next measure, but we've held on to it for 15 years or so with no movement from high-speed rail. So that was the Transportation Authority's, direction, so
Sure.
that's my only action.
No movement with high-speed rail, figuratively and literally. I have nothing else.
And I have nothing. So with that, we'll adjourn this meeting. Thank you. See you.